Painkiller already, episode 532. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew and Smart Mouth. Two very familiar names. We'll talk more about them later. So, Kyle, you had some harsh words for a certain morbidly obese quitter. I'll call him a quitter.
Yeah.
Who never gets anything done.
She got fired.
Right.
She didn't quit. Oh, we're not talking about Gina Carano? No,
we're talking about George R.R. Martin.
Wait, you're not talking about wings?
Just list fat people who got fired. No, this guy didn't even get fired. He just failed entirely. It was even worse than getting fired.
This guy. I hope he dies today.
That's a distinct possibility. Look, that's the best photo they could find of him. I guarantee that's like Game of Thrones season 1.
He picked that photo. That's a selfie.
Premiere.
He's going and take it. Fuck
hard.
that guy. Fuck that. Actually, all right. Let me
show the photo.
Let me pull that back a little.
It's laziness. He finished. What was it? The first book was finished in the early or to mid 90s. Does that sound right? Like 96.
I don't want to get the numbers wrong. I don't remember. But look here.
It was in the 90s.
The thing is, I don't care anymore because my suspicions are that the show ended the way he wanted it to end, and that what we really missed out on was a little more character development to make it all make a little more sense. But I still don't care because if you're going to end it that way, fuck you for writing a bad book. Fuck you for having all these like wonderful ways it could have gone. When you look at like the fan theory YouTube channels for Game of Thrones and see the stuff that they were thinking up, it's like, get these guys a fucking typewriter. They'll finish this shit. Let one of them write their alternate version of how this shit should have gone. I would pay serious money. I'll sign up for Paramount Plus, whatever the fuck you want me to. If they'd actually fix this. Yeah, you don't know what Paramount. Oh, Paramount Plus is a streaming service that it's like stop trying to make Paramount Plus happen. It's not going to happen. Except it's apparently going to happen. They're getting the Halo series, live action Halo TV series, and like
does anybody care about that anymore?
Yes, very much
Kyle
so.
does.
And they were advertising the fuck out of it during the Super Bowl. Like they must have spent, I don't know, what's a Super Bowl spot cost? 10, 12 million? They must have rolled 6 or 7 of them. Yeah, I think so. Well, you'd know better than me, but I thought it was.
They're running 2-minute thematic spots during the
5 minutes at a time. Yeah.
5 minutes at a time, normal. But who knows what it was this year? I thought their rates actually went down a little bit from their peak because their ratings struggled a bit.
5.6 million would be a good estimate for a 30-second spot. I don't know what you said.
Yeah.
Well, then if that was a minute spot, you were pretty much spot on.
Well, in any case, back to George Martin. The headline here is that George R.R. Martin is bringing Roger Zelazny's fantasy novel to HBO. Apparently, this is a novel penned in 1979 about a road that travels through time. And it's like...
Time Road.
It's like, dude, if you have time to... I'm guessing he's a producer or something like that, showrunner. I don't know what his title is going to be, what his thing is going to be for this. Why is he bringing someone else's novel to HBO? Doesn't quite make a lot of sense to me. Because he was clearly not involved enough to like save his last project, which is his book.
Yeah.
So like, look, if you've got time for that, then I've completely lost all faith in you. Because I was one of those people who was like, look, if it takes him, if maybe he dies writing the last 2 books, but that might actually be better than him rushing through them and like cementing shit down, right? But Tolkien has unfinished novels. Nobody minds that much.
He finished the big one.
Yeah, but he didn't finish the sequel.
So listen to the dates on the Game of Thrones releases, right? So listeners, like this number's coming at you. 96, 98, 2000, 2011, right? It was like 2 years, 11 years, and now we're 10 years and counting.
What? Wait, no, there's 5 books.
Not on my screen.
Did they erase the Winds of Winter? No more Winds of Winter.
They literally did. Hold on, let me do it again.
I think Winds of Winter. When did that come out? That came out. Oh, will Winds of Winter ever be released? It's not out. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
I thought it was. That it's been so long. I've like almost like a trauma victim. excised so much Game of Thrones from my head. And like, I am happy to see how nobody, I guess we're disproving this right now talking about it, but nobody talks about it at all. It could have been a really big cultural thing that people referenced, and it ended so cataclysmically that like everybody agreed, like, this was just something we don't talk about anymore. This is going to be like Lost. We just don't talk about it. So yeah, this guy will die not writing his last 2 books. I think that as soon as he started getting fucked regularly and had a nice house and money, he did not care what happened to John.
I hope a crazed fan kills him. I hope somebody who's very upset with what happened just fucking,
maybe a Kathy Bates style fan will get a hold of him and be like, write the fucking book.
Is that the woman from Misery?
Misery. Yeah, that's the one from Misery. You need Kathy Bates in Misery there. She would amp him up.
I want actual Kathy Bates.
Taylor,
to get him
he would turn the manuscript in, and she'd be sitting there like, oh, like the movie, and then go, Arya kills the Night King. Arya kills. Do you not remember from the first book? You remember in Misery where she's referencing all the things and she knows so much. You're gonna have Arya do it. Begin again. Smack his broken leg.
Taylor, I'm almost half a century old, and this is the best idea I've heard so far.
Oh yeah,
I'm loving this.
This is a good one. Not so much an idea as like a crime of this fictitious person is committing. It's not so much a crime that Kathy Bates in the movie Misery.
If you're listening to this.
Kathy
don't
Bates.
Do that.
Don't do anything.
Do it. Don't kidnap George R.R. Martin. Don't do it.
Mm-mm.
Don't tie him to a bed and torture him into fixing one of the greatest pieces of fantasy literature ever penned. Don't do that.
You do have him go back and edit out the whole Sand Snake thing so that can never happen again.
We don't even know if that's in the books.
Is that in the books?
If it is, it was referenced not that much.
I didn't actually read the most recent book. I think I'm like 4 books in. I think that the bad shit started happening around like I don't remember what slowed me down and maybe not read the 5th book. But there
probably knowing he wasn't going to release it in forever and there's no rush.
I don't remember what my mindset was at the time. Prison may have popped up into my life.
Dude, it was a slog to get through.
As it does.
I did listen to all the books, yeah, but
I like the books.
There were times when I was kind of multitasking and stuff, so I don't know if I could pass a test on them, but I did sit through them all. So, I don't remember the Sand Snakes being a significant part of it. I think it was more the show
that did that. But you're right. It is so weird that they would bring. That George R.R. Martin would still be involved at this point. Like, what credibility is his name bringing? Like, if anything, when people hear about him, they're like, oh, yeah, the guy who didn't finish the Game of Thrones book and totally shit the bed with nothing but opportunity. But in fairness, wait. The 2 David Benny, the 2 David guys.
D&D, they often call them.
Yeah. They were the ones who ultimately shut it down. But I'm pretty sure we found out a while back when this first happened that George R.R. Martin signed off on that. Like, yeah, sure, we can knock this out in 8 more episodes. Like,
I think you're right.
George R.R. Martin probably could have had the sway, as the guy who wrote the fucking books, to be like, oh no, sorry, D&D or whatever, you're gonna have to go an extra season. I would prefer 3, but you got to do this and an extra 1. Like, he had that sway. He wrote the fucking books. He just didn't care.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. It's pissing me off.
I'm actually more upset about it than I thought I would be.
I'm legit, like I really am upset about it. That
was a great story.
It bothers me so much. Like, I remember like planning to like buy the DVD box set for my father, and like thinking about like what a great gift this is going to be for him. Like because I showed him Battle of the Bastards one night, like at my house. I was like, because I was always talking about the show, how good it was, and I'm like, hey, come in here. Come in my bedroom. Let's sit down. Let's watch. Let me show you 1 episode of this TV show that I watch. I was like, keep in mind, this is a TV show. And we get like 5 minutes in, and I'm like, all right, so here's the setup. That guy has kidnapped that guy's little brother, been holding him hostage for like 2 fucking years. He raped that guy's sister after he forced her into a marriage. She's now all messed up. He skins people alive. Oh, and by the way, that castle that he's coming out of, that's this guy's ancestral home. And he's showing up with all of his friends from the north. But They're outnumbered 3-1, but he's showing up to fight anyway because it's the right thing to do. He could have stayed up there. And I like lay it all out for him, and we watch it, and he was like, well, this is a hell of a show. He's like, this is like a movie. This is like a movie. And he's like, were those real horses? I was like, yeah, they were real horses. Wow. He's like that reminded me of Braveheart. I'm like, exactly. That's what we compare it to. It's just like Braveheart with the horses.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I was thinking like, he's gonna love it when I hand him this like box set of Blu-rays with the full thing on there. And now I'm just like, he brought it up a few months ago when he was here. And I was like, they ruined it. They ruined it at the end. I was like, they just decided nothing they had written mattered, and they wanted to wrap it up so they could make some more money on a different job, and they just ruined it. They just
still a good gift. Just give it to him on April Fool's Day.
Yeah, right. Like I don't fucking. I'll buy him the Sopranos again, but this a Blu-ray this time instead of DVD. It'd be a much better gift.
Yeah, Sopranos.
Fuck that show. So I got a completely different story that's fascinating to me. This happened today.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Gaga's dog walker was shot in the chest, and the shooter stole her 2 French bulldogs and dog napped them. And she has put out some massive reward for the return of her dogs. The dog walker lived. He's recovering in a hospital from his gunshot wound. But she's put out like a 6-figure reward for her fucking French bulldogs.
I think it's $500,000.
Yeah, I think it's like $500,000.
$500,000 reward for dogs stolen.
So if anyone has seen Cruella de Vil, you want to contact Lady Gaga, she will hook you up with $500,000. You can go ahead and pump that right into GME, make a cool $5-6 million by the end of the month.
Here's a video. It says from 10 hours ago. It says Lady Gaga's dog Asia gets rescued by the LAPD. So maybe one of them has been found. But there's still $250,000 on the table, folks.
It's not bad.
Based on this video, it doesn't say Asia and Africa got rescued, just Asia.
I wonder if Asia is anyone going to get $250,000 for that?
Dude, I'd go find a lookalike.
Give it to the police.
Someone's out there right now. This could be its own movie. They're looking for. They're going to the pound looking for. They're like, no. If we dye this one, if we put a little
shoe polish,
little shoe polish. Well, her dog's kind of squinty-eyed. All right. Bow. Yeah, kind of like this. And the dog's like, yep, just like that. Hers actually got a limp. Well, hold my beer. Yeah, somebody's doing that. There's a movie where that happened. It might have been 7 Psychopaths with Christopher Walken or whatever that movie is. I think they do something like that. But yeah, that's a wild ass story, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, and to shoot somebody over the dogs.
I don't know. Nobody knows yet. But
maybe it was revenge based. Maybe Lady Gaga.
Maybe it was a random crime. Maybe it was like he got an argument with the dog walker, shot him, and then didn't actually steal the dogs, but they just ran off, and that became the story.
Trying to kill the dog walker all along. And the dogs were the only witnesses to the crime. So he kidnapped them so they couldn't testify.
Yeah, that's retarded.
I'm not going to say nothing, balls. Just let me go. I won't say anything.
I am right under that story was a GIF of Lady Gaga showing her bush while on stage. She's like pulling her panties out, like, yeah, here's my pussy. I was like, how does this make it to the front page right alongside the dog kidnapper?
They're trying to get attention for the dog story. They want people to care enough to go find those pups.
Good God.
Right? That is a huge amount of money. Imagine being
I thought you were going to say that's a huge amount of hair. I mean, she does need to tend to that. It's a little much.
I'm sure it is a huge amount of hair. I haven't seen it.
It was a little more than I would have liked.
But that's a ridiculous level of wealth to just immediately be able to be like $500,000. Bring my dog back.
Did she intentionally flash it?
Yeah. She pulls she pulls her dress up. She pulls her panties down. She's like, yeah, here's my bush.
Because I binged it, and the first ones that come up look like they could be. Look like if she claimed it was accidental, I couldn't prove her wrong.
Well, I mean, she's done like nude stuff before, like completely nude videos and stuff, like with like close-ups of her vagina. So like,
isn't most of that shit scripted? Like when it was like, oh, Britney got out of the limo and like spread her legs in a way that people never get up.
Was scripted.
I've heard stuff before where it's like, oh, a lot of celebrities do things like that. But I can also see that being nonsense and like some scumbag paparazzi's like, no, they wanted us to take a picture of her snatch. It was right there hidden. It was right there, barely visible.
Dude, if I wore a short skirt, I'd be flashing my testicles accidentally all the time. That's how I get out of a chair. That's how I get on a motorcycle. That's how I get, like, I separate my knees sometimes.
It's like the Office episode. Jesus, Meredith, where are your panties? Why are you clubbing with no panties if you're a celebrity and you're like getting out of your fucking Mercedes like you're delivering a baby? Like I agree with Taylor. I think this is like a thing.
Sumo squat position.
It was very calculated because there was that period of time where it's like, oh, this person's got a sex tape. No, this person's got a sex tape. No, this person does. Oh, this person flashed their cunt. Oh, now this person, now that person. It was like, it was clearly like
for a couple of these. Now, some like Emma Watson, for example, she was wearing panties. They were kind of.
I don't like bringing that one up. I'm not sure how old she was during that. I don't know that I saw or know what you're referring to.
Are you talking about the Harry Potter girl?
Yeah,
Yes.
but I thought she was in her 20s.
I've never heard about this controversy. Was it like a Britney Spears style thing? Because everybody, that's like the classic.
I'm told that she was wearing semi-transparent panties and someone used a flash bulb through the window of her limo while she's just sitting pretty ladylike and managed to like see through her panties and see the top of her pubic hair.
Classic example of celebrities seeking attention.
Yeah, this was different.
She was probably like, hey, creepy guy, bring that flash bulb over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, that one seems like it was probably...
Yeah, this wasn't Kim Kardashian literally just making a porno. Oh, it's weird. Your link didn't work on my end.
Me either.
So you can see, like, I didn't realize her knees are completely together in this. Oh, and she's also 18, according to this thing. According to the website. But Kyle seems to think she might not be.
I don't want to know.
Okay. But that's actually younger than I thought. I thought she was in her 20s. I don't know where I got that.
I know she's older than
she's
I am.
fresh out of Hogwarts there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those movies ended when they were like, Harry, you're almost ready to finish your 5th year, and it's like a 31-year-old man.
No, they were age appropriate. They really were because like
were they?
They're 12.
No, they like timed it pretty perfectly with the casting of those kids. Like they're supposed to begin as like 8-year-olds and finish as like 16, 17-year-olds. And that's what they did.
No, they were way older than 16, 17 by the end.
I don't think so.
I'm saying this as an almost guess. I do remember it started off and it was like, damn, Harry does look like a little kid who's just
that
showing
sounds unbelievable to me, but it's not smart to go against Kyle in matters of media.
I mean, they may have been a couple years older. They might have been like 19, but they weren't like 22 or anything, like playing a 15-year-old.
Like, is Tom
Which
Holland
is a very
Spider-Man's name? Tom Holland?
Tom Holland.
Yeah. That guy's...
Yeah.
He's pretty old, right?
Too old to be playing a high school student.
He is... 24, which is younger than I thought.
Yeah. Maybe an Alabama high school student.
What are some examples of movies, and I just found a list, we'll see if any are good, where actors were playing someone either way too old or way too young for who they were supposed to be playing, and it sucked you out of it?
Ooh.
I'm trying to find a good one.
Mine is going to be...
Tobey Maguire being, I guess, Spider-Man 3, pretending to be a teenager at 32. But he looks young. He could.
Yeah, he can pull it off, honestly.
Steve Carell and Get Smart. What a terrible list. It's almost like these listicles have no thought behind them. Roger Moore in A View to Kill. One from this century, man. Okay, well, Screen Rant, fuck you.
I'm getting close.
Low-budget movies are really bad at that because their casting choices are so limited. I was watching some stuff on Best of the Worst the other day, and I think it was April Fool's Day.
I have mine.
2, maybe? But like these guys are playing like high school students, and they are legitimately in their late 30s, early 40s.
So this is an old movie, Grease, but it might be classic enough that people have seen it. Rizzo was 33 years old, that actress.
And she looked it.
She looked 33 too. Like she looked she didn't look like a high school chick at all. She's got wrinkles. She just didn't belong in Grease.
I got chills. They're multiplying.
I forget one of my
great
kids.
Soundtrack.
I think it was Hope. Was just like all about that movie. We played
Every
it.
song they sing is about fucking.
Is it really?
Every single song in Grease is about sex.
The one's clearly about a car. The Grease Lightning one.
Yeah.
Every song's about sex. You might be right.
Like I promise you. Every
Okay,
single song.
not smart to go against Kyle and
This is not just like I bet they're all about sex. It's like no, I know factually this is a known thing that like every song in Grease is about sex, because the whole movie's about sex.
I've never seen it.
I like you haven't seen it. It's a real classic. I love the
Grease?
fan theory that Travolta and what's her name are dead at the end, and that's them riding off to heaven, because they died in the car accident or they drowned or whatever the fuck. I've only seen it like maybe once all the way through, and I was a kid, but I don't know. I watch stuff about movies, and I like Travolta. I love young Travolta. He looks great in that movie. It's
Travolta's best movie.
Travolta's best movie. Pulp Fiction was his resurgence. You know, that was him coming back and like reestablishing himself after years of being on a real downswing. A lot of people like Urban Cowboy. That's when he's in his like physical attractiveness prime, I think. Grease is right there too. It's probably 4 or 5 years prior, but I mean, he did so much cheesy schlock. Like if you look at like Face Off with Nicolas Cage, where they
Broken Arrow.
swap faces. Broken Arrow was the next one I was going to mention.
I like that movie more than other people. I think I enjoyed that. Christian Bale, is that his name? Christian Bateman? Christian Bale, I think.
No,
Which movie?
it's Christian Slater.
Yes, you're right. Okay.
He's a guy who always looks very squinty-eyed, like he's trying to focus on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, that's Christian Slater, who I like more than I should. But yeah, that's an okay little action film. I'm probably not remembering some of his better stuff. He made a movie like last year, I think, where he's a mentally retarded man who's obsessed with this like Hollywood actor, and he's like, there's this part where like it's low budget and he's got a wig on because he's been bald for many years, and he's wearing this retard wig that's like awful. And there's this part where he's like having like a little rant, like all alone, and he's like, blah blah blah, say something, say something stupid. And like it's clear that he was like, they were just rolling, right? They're just keeping the camera going on him, and he's trying to like say things.
Trying to think of something stupid to say.
He was literally trying to think of something stupid to say, but they left in a part where he's like, say something stupid. And like he's trying to like pump himself up to like say stupid things. And in his mind, there are professional filmmakers at work here. They're gonna take this.
Oh, I like how Game of Thrones ended.
Yeah, it's like roll on me for 10 minutes. I'm gonna fucking lose my shit and freak out. Edit it down to like 8 seconds of the best part, and like you'll have like a real good performance. It is one of the worst films ever fucking made.
And what is it called?
Shit.
But if
Google
I just put in Christian
John
Slater,
Travolta retarded movie. You'll get it. There's a part. So I'm going to spoil it because no one should ever watch this movie.
Oh, he looks hilarious.
Yeah, he looks hilarious.
God.
His character's name is Moose, I think. So like he's obsessed with this Hollywood actor, this fictional Hollywood actor. He goes to the guy's book signing, and they do that thing where the guy's like all out of time and not going to sign John Travolta's shit. And John Travolta's like following him outside. He's like, I have all of your VHSs and I have them on DVD and Blu-ray as well. And I have this and that. And he's like buddy, like I said inside, we're all fucking done here. All right, you want to get fucked up? And he's like, no, sir, no, please don't fuck me up. Like at the very end, John Travolta goes to the guy's house, accidentally kills his maid, like literally like gets in like a struggle with her outside because he's trespassing, and kills her. Like she falls, hits her head on a fountain, and like boom, dead. And then he like sneaks into the guy's house, knocks him out, ties him to the bed. And so the actor's tied to a bed in a dark bedroom, and he's like, "The fuck is going on?"
I think I'm watching that scene right now.
John Travolta walks in wearing a hockey mask with a knife, and the guy's like, "Oh god, oh god, oh god!" And he goes, "Ah!" And it's a fake knife. It's a movie prop knife, and he like pops the mask up. He's like, "Oh, I got you. That was a good performance, huh? I scared you real good." And he's like, "Yeah, man, that was a good one." He's like, "Hey, untie me and I'll sign anything you want. You know, I got some limited edition memorabilia in the back. We'll wheel it out." So John Travolta is retarded. So of course he believes this little ruse and unties the guy. The guy like reaches above the bed, like into blackness. Like he just goes, like, imagine you're looking at me right now and I just do this and come back with a gun. like gun.
Stupid.
And he goes, he blows like half of John Travolta's hand off or something like that. And then they get into a fight, and he's got a real knife now. And there's a part where John Travolta's on his back and he stabs John Travolta's eye out. And so now John Travolta is like missing finger or two, and his eye is gouged out. And the guy just opens the door like he's letting a prostitute out. And John Travolta walks out in shame. Then the murder of the maid gets blamed on the actor, and that's the end of the movie. It is outrageously bad. One of the worst movies ever made. Because what you have to consider is like you have competent people with decent funding making this.
Does John Travolta does he have friends throughout the movie? Like
he has one friend. It's a young girl who
lets him walk around with that haircut.
She does. Not only that, but she's like helping him find the celebrities. He's like, "How do you find where celebrities live?" And she's just like, "Well, he's one of these star maps, silly. That's how we know where they live. But don't go getting into trouble." And it's like, you just gave a retarded man a treasure map to a fucking celebrity's house that he's obsessed with. What do you think's gonna happen, you dumbass?
Wait, he's gonna get his fingers blown off.
He's gonna go fucking like. There's this part where the celebrity's asleep in his easy chair in his living room, and John Travolta's like in the room with him, like touching his face and like sniffing him.
He sneaks in and he has a camera and he goes to the celebrity and he gives the celebrity a kiss on top of the head while he's taking a picture of himself. And he's posting those to social media. Like he's tweeting that shit out. Yeah. Which makes no sense because like you don't have to be any kind of celebrity. Like look, if I snuck into Woody's house, kissed him on the top of the head while he was asleep, took a picture, and then tweeted it out, he would know about it 10 minutes from then. He would know about it as soon as he awoke. He would have messages. This guy is supposed to be like, I don't know, like a Tom Cruise level actor or something like that. People are going to be ringing his phone off the fucking hook if a retarded man is taking pictures of kissing him in the top of the head while he's clearly unconscious. How many followers or friends or whatever does this guy have? It just could be in the ether somewhere.
It doesn't, it doesn't matter though. Like take a guy who has like one follower or like 5 and have him tweet a picture of him kissing Tom Cruise on the head, like in Tom Cruise's house when Tom Cruise is clearly unconscious. It's going to get to Tom Cruise within an hour.
Okay, that's
like somewhat. The Scientology people are going to be fucking ringing his phone off. They're going to show up. They're not even going to bother calling. They're on the way. It's just an absurd film. It's awful.
So you don't recommend it?
That might be John Travolta's worst film, and that is saying something.
He's been in some real stinkers.
Well, like, and he doesn't have an excuse really for being in the stinkers. Like,
he's rich.
He's fairly wealthy. He's that guy who he owns his own 747, I believe. He flies it himself. Like he has like an airport essentially at his house with like multiple aircraft. He had some kind of a tragedy last year where I don't know if his wife died or his child died or maybe both. I think his wife died of like cancer, and then the next year maybe his child died tragically in some way. I don't recall the exact details. Like maybe.
Yeah, his wife died this past year.
Yeah, it's been a rough go for him. And then, of course, he had that whole thing where he was groping those men that came out maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Did that ever go anywhere?
Right up their thigh, I'm told.
Ah, but the people doing the nutsack rubbing, did they get paid out or anything, or maybe
Yeah, probably, but nothing publicly really happened. There were no real ramifications. I think that's the only way you can like Me Too somebody and not get in trouble is if it's an adult man who is not in like a position of where he doesn't have power. Then you can still get away with it. If he had groped a female masseuse or a black masseuse, maybe but he groped like an adult white man who was just like, fucking John Travolta's always grabbing my balls when I'm giving him a rub down. I'm kind of tired of this. And they're like, down with the patriarchy. Get out of here, you masseuse. And nobody seemed to care.
Yeah. Well, I certainly didn't.
Didn't care a bit. I think that, look, I like Pulp Fiction, and he did make a decent movie like a handful of years ago, From Paris with Love. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
From Paris with Love. I can't remember the names of the rest of the actors, but the guy who plays opposite John Travolta is decent. Essentially, you got like some sort of like ambassador's aide in France. He's like the U.S. ambassador's aide, and he ends up on like a secret spy mission accompanying John Travolta, who's like a U.S. government agent who's been sent in to fix some shit. And it's pretty fucking good. Like John Travolta's character is so over the top that he's kind of cool. He's like, he's just having this huge argument they're coming through customs with his like Bang energy drinks or whatever they're called. They had some kind of ridiculous name. And finally, like they get them through customs and the guy's like, why are you so obsessed with this fucking energy drinks? I could have got you an espresso or, some local shit. And he's like, I don't give a fuck about these energy drinks, man. And he like unscrews them, and he's got pieces of a gun that he's slowly putting together like in the car. And he's like, I have guns. He's like, yeah, but me and Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. He's like got cool little quips throughout the movie like that. And he's just kind of a badass who just gets in.
Mrs. Jones.
Yeah, the gun's got a name. Yeah, the gun's got a
name. Mrs. Jones.
Well, it's a reference.
Me and Agatha really like to tear
Agatha's
it up.
Better.
Yeah, Agatha is better. That sounds like a witch.
Yeah, but there's not a song about me and Mrs. Jones and how we got a thing going on.
Is that a song?
Yeah.
There's lots of songs written about women named Agatha.
Well, in any case, it's a good movie. He even he rolls out the old Royale with cheese kind of thing because they're in France, and he's like someone walks up like very like spy like sort of like walks up with a bag and puts it next to him, and the other guy's like, what's that? And he's like, this is a little something around here they call this a Royale with cheese. It's like he was just having a burger delivered. Yeah, that one's okay. It's worth watching.
Did you see the news on the South Dakota Attorney General?
No, what happened?
I do not know.
So I don't even know if he's Republican or Democrat. It's not meant to be a political thing, but it's funny to me. So South Dakota Attorney General says he had no idea that he ran over a person with his car. He's like, I thought it was a deer until the next day. They found the victim's glasses inside the guy's car. And he's still playing dumb. He's still like, you know what? I glasses are in the car, huh? I didn't notice those till you showed them to me just now here in the interrogation room.
Yeah.
This fucker ran over a man. The man's face slammed into the front windshield. And somehow the glasses of the victim got inside the attorney's car. And
like two bloody handprints on the...
He's claiming he thinks it's a deer. And I guess he just never stopped, never checked into it, never investigated, nothing. Just drove on, hoping to say, I thought it was a deer thing.
At least, like, if you're going to break the law there, you just smacked into that guy. Apparently, he's not dead. If you're trying to get away with it... I don't
know about that. I think he killed him.
Did the guy die? Well, then if he killed the guy, then and he was trying to get away with it, he should have definitely taken the body, put it in his trunk, right? Like taken all the evidence, because there must have been a camera, right? How else would they have caught him? Did they find like the license plate of him?
The guy was almost certainly drunk when this happened, or he was in some other embarrassing situation. He had a prostitute with him. He had a boy with him. He had a girl with him. He was drunk. He was on drugs. He was doing something he shouldn't have been doing, and this really complicated thing, so he couldn't come forward. It's kind of a classic movie setup, really. Interesting.
Setup.
I bet he didn't kill nearly as many people as Cuomo, though. We're talking about politicians fucking taking people out.
I think it's funny, like, so they were like, "So, Mr. South Dakota Attorney General, you didn't strike Mr. Johnson." It's like, "No." Well, here's some glasses and a pair of underwear with Mr. Johnson and his address written on the back. It's like, what do you think this proves? I know the law. And it's like, what would he do? Like he would have to know better than anyone. Like, I am going to prison. Unless I was on Epstein's Island, I got dirt on someone, I'm going to jail.
Can I give myself a plea deal? Is that how that works?
I am the attorney general. I in my head, I'm like, he's an attorney. Attorneys are so knowledgeable about the law that they don't foul up. If they said, Woody, we know you hit this guy. We have this guy's glasses in your car. The gig is up. The jig is up. Whatever it is, it's up. You're doomed. I'd be like, yeah. You're right. You got me. Probably
you
stupid
didn't ask
move.
me my Miranda rights. That's like a Magic the Gathering combo. I go free.
This guy. When I was in the police station, they were like, "Well, this, and that," and I was like, "That's all very interesting, lawyer." Well, but there's this thing here where this, that, and that, and the other. And I'm like, yeah, I understand that, lawyer. Like, you think we're gonna have a conversation here? Yeah. You think you could be like buddy with me right now? You think because you brought me a Snickers, I'm gonna start talking to you about what just happened? He did.
He comes out with like a pot leaf, was still in his cop outfit, and got pot leaf do rag on. I know all these other cops are crazy.
He's dressed like Prison Mike from The Office with a purple bandana.
Man, the rest of these motherfucking cops are squares, y'all. Right? he's rubbing shoulders with you. Hey, man, I got a little gummy for you right here. I'm gonna take a pot gummy out of the hand of a cop in a police station.
Yeah,
that'd be funny.
Even the local cops were like, I was like, hypothetically, if there is marijuana in that bag when the warrant gets here, what are they gonna do to whoever's it is?
What are you gonna do to that guy at the train station that threw this at me violently and said, "Hold on to this until I get back"?
Let's just say I literally said that. I was like, hypothetically, if there is some sort of marijuana in that bag,
God forbid,
what are you gonna do to the guy whose marijuana it actually is when you find him? It's like, probably not much of anything, you know. Like the local cop was like, fine, maybe some community service.
Did he believe that, or was playing you?
He won't be worrying about it no more.
No, it was when it went. Things just kept escalating, you know. Like if I could have dealt with the local police, I'd have gotten a fine and some community service, you know. But the thing just kept escalating until I was in a U.S. federal district courtroom.
So you think that the guy who said maybe just a fine, no big deal, wasn't playing you? He was just
no. I know that guy. I actually know him. I've had dealings with him before. Like he knows me. Like he knows my family. I'd see him out and be like, "Hey, what's up? Your name?" And "Hey, what's going on, Kyle?" Yeah.
So he wasn't trying to fool you. He was a local guy who genuinely thought, it's not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah, because when he normally catches someone with half an ounce of marijuana, they don't go to federal prison.
No, certainly not. You're a VIP.
I'm a VIP.
Yeah, very imprisoned person.
Very imprisoned person. I was one step behind you there. I was, and my brain was going.
Usually, when like an acronym gets said, it's like there's got to be something fun. Oh fuck! The moment's passed.
You were saying something about Cuomo, Kyle? What do you got?
All right, so this is one of those things where like I've just heard the periphery of what happened, so I'm hoping that you've got the nitty gritty, but I'll lay out my my ignorant part, and then maybe you can correct me some. It seems to me that on the nursing home thing, he did something or another, and some people in nursing homes died because of stuff Cuomo did. And then today or yesterday, I heard that he's now accused of sexual assault, some sort of a female intern-like position.
Yeah, so I'll do my best. And this is an issue where I found it hard to get like facts with confidence. But it seems that there was a time when hospitals were kind of full and nursing homes were kind of sick, and there was a decision to be made, and he let sick people go from hospitals to nursing homes. And that turned out to be a bad call. More people died in nursing homes than perhaps they would have if they stayed in hospitals, or vice versa, right? Like, I think it's generally agreed upon that he made the wrong call with regards to like how to quarantine elderly people with COVID and where. All right. Now they didn't miscount the number of COVID deaths, but they did miscategorize them. So like, if someone's in a nursing home and they get sick and they almost die, and then they spend their last 20 minutes in the hospital, is that a nursing home death or a hospital death, right? You could perhaps ask that question. And now, here's where I find it hard. Was there an intent to that miscategorization? Was he trying to cover for perhaps his bad decision on where elderly people go? Or, or this is just an imperfect world where sometimes you get stuff wrong. So that I think is the nursing home thing. Made a bad decision, possibly tried to cover the impact of it by reclassifying nursing home as hospital or vice versa. Now, the sexual assault thing, dude, I have a weakness for this stuff. I don't know what's true and what's not. When the Cosby stuff came out, everyone in the world instantly knew it was all legit, except me. I'm like, yeah, Hollywood guys get blasted with, sometimes a dozen things at once.
But he had like 80.
He did have a lot. All right, maybe that's not a great example. But like the Trump stuff, there are a lot of people who write off his sexual assault accusations as false money, gold diggers, or that's not a perfect term, but work with me. They're just guys who are trying to sue and take advantage of his position and get some of his money. And Kevin Spacey, there was a whole Me Too thing.
Kevin Spacey didn't do anything.
There was a whole Me Too thing where people like seem to know which ones were real and which ones weren't real, and I always don't.
I can always tell. The people I don't like did it.
Yeah.
Well, so
I'm still not
Cuomo,
Cosby.
as far as I know, has one accusation, and I think it's that he kissed a woman on the lips. Does that sound right? Without asking for permission or anything?
Hot.
I don't know.
I wonder if his brother's going to talk about this.
Dude, so
on CNN. Hey, bro, digital high five. So what are tits feel like? Wow, this is journalism. Two brothers talking. Neat.
He's been accused of sexual harassment by a former advisor, and it's an unwanted kiss and touching. I'm curious about the touching. There's a lot of different kinds of touching, right? All the way from like
almost in his defense, like she was my advisor and she advised me to take risks. And that's what I did. So if anything, he pushed me out of it.
Yeah, touching is not descriptive enough for me. But yeah, so unwanted kiss and some touching. I'm guessing that means boob. Maybe. Yeah. I don't think he'd be accused of touching if it was deltoid. Right? That's
if they're saying touching.
He could be like grabbing some ass. He could, maybe go full crotch cup.
Yeah, he might have done a crotch cup. He might have done
grab him by the pussy.
I would guess.
Oh, if Cuomo grabbed somebody with the pussy, that'd be so funny.
That would be delightful.
That would be honestly. That would make all this worth it.
The whole pandemic.
The whole pandemic.
The whole pandemic. Fucking 9/11, everything. It'd be worth it if we found out that Cuomo grabbed a pussy.
And all those wars in between. I just saw this. So the U.S. just bombed Syria twice.
Wait. Just as in like how recently?
Yeah, just now. Yeah, we had to get back to basics.
Yeah, we had to jump back in.
Loop on this. We just bombed Syria again. You don't mean 4 years ago?
No, just now.
No, like 4 minutes ago.
It says U.S. carries out airstrike in Syria targeting Iranian-backed militia structures. My God, they must have been building nukes.
Taylor, clearly there were madmen there.
They're just full of madmen.
Always madmen.
Getting back into another war, it's going to be like snuggling up under a nice blanket. Back to normal.
Damn it. We'll see. Trump kicked off with some bombings, and there was no war really that followed. So let's hope for that.
Nah, they're going to increase troop presence. They've already said they would.
Did they?
Like one of the first, Trump, I read that he was trying to get a lot of troops out and towards the end, and it was undone very early on in Biden's administration. No, we're not going to remove troops from Europe or the Middle East. We're going to keep them there.
Did you see he's putting the kids in the cages?
No, Those are overflow centers now.
Oh.
Yeah, Kyle, don't call them cages. They're kennels, all right? Show some respect.
The overflow.
Kennel is even worse.
Kennel's my favorite.
Saying that you're putting people in kennels, it makes you imagine that they're on all fours, like
butters.
They're sucking out of little hamster bottles.
Extra scratchy galvanized fences around them.
We gave them cedar chips. Come on. It's like that episode of South Park when Butters is made up like a dog and they're all shitting and pissing on him.
Yeah.
Oh, so
they give him cedar chips and they're in there. Oh, that's fucking funny.
Iraq
kennel is the worst way to say it.
Bombs Saudi Arabia's royal palace. Does that have anything to do with us bombing Syria? I don't know. A bunch of madmen there clearly need.
What
bombs.
happened? Iraq bombs?
How does Iraq still have bombs? Didn't we take them all away yet?
They should be gone. That war's been a resounding success.
To be clear, it was launched from inside Iraq. But I don't know that doesn't mean it was Iranian or
damn it.
ISIS.
It was probably fired by whoever we want to attack.
I just don't care anymore. I really don't. I spent the better part of my life watching bombs go off in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria. I just don't care anymore. I'm just numb to it. Right?
But think of how much better our lives would be with all that money poured into American infrastructure and shit here.
Anything. We've talked about this before. AOC is always talking about let's forgive everyone's student debt. And I'm like, well, yeah, let me know right before you do it. I'm gonna take out a few fucking student loans. But
yeah, that's so true. I'm gonna get in on GameStop again with my forgiveness.
You know what? I think I want to go back to school myself for a very expensive degree.
Mm-hmm. Do you need to get accepted that he had a student loan?
I'm sure I could get some student loans. You just go and be like, hey, I'm not even going to attend, but
I'll give you 10%.
How about I give you a little up? How about I put a down payment? You sign off on this paperwork, accept me. Don't worry, I'm not going to even show up, and we'll get these loans processed.
Dude, you don't have to lie about that. For student loans, you could just be like, yeah, and get the loans, and then be like, I decided not to go to school.
You can do that.
I'm pretty sure. Or someone I know in college committed a crime. I say in college. I was in college. He was not. He was living on the Mizzou campus with his student loan money, not going to school. And not.
Did he attend classes? Did he pay for classes?
No.
Oh.
No, he just lived there and became a drug dealer.
Sweet.
He
was an entrepreneur.
He was an entrepreneur.
Not a student.
Well, if the student loan thing wasn't a crime, the drug dealing might have been.
Yeah.
Why are you spam calling me at 8:20 p.m.?
I hate those spam calls.
I hate them too. I screen every one of them.
Now I have to.
So I've got, I don't know if it's a Google Fi thing or if it's an Android thing, but I have a button. It says screen call, and it just I click that and it reads to them. Hi, the person you've reached is using a screening service from Google, and we'll get a transcript of this call. Go ahead and say your name, and if they hang up, I go spam detected, block, and that number will never call me again. That's sorted. Nice. So I don't have to deal with fucking Patel trying to deal with my car's extended warranty or whatever the fuck nonsense that person was calling about.
Oh, I texted you guys this earlier this week that I got a message or a bullshit call. It didn't even say spam alert. It usually does now. But it was just some bullshit number. And because of my basement flooding and I'm expecting different numbers from different areas for adjusters, I'm answering everything very quickly. And I answer it and immediately I hear try like a muted down like Indian accent, like, "Hello, I am calling about a existing problem with your Microsoft account." And I was like, "All right, I bet, buddy, I bet." Okay, and then he hung up and everything. And usually that you only get one of those, you know. Mm-hmm. But then a couple minutes later, I got another call. I didn't pay attention to what the number was. I need to use Kyle's block feature in the future, and I got it again. It was that same guy going, "Hello, I am working on a problem with your Microsoft account." And I was like, "Excuse me, I believe that you're mistaken. I am the one working on your Microsoft account." He hung up on me, I think, before I finished. But I went like way over the top with the Indian accent. I don't know. That gave me a really great like 2 p.m. pump. I was like, didn't block his number. Maybe he'll call back. So
you just saved him as a contact. Microsoft account.
I always get fearful that like my grandparents are gonna answer one of those phone calls and not know, like just the basic, like even to ask, like I have 3 PCs here. Which one are you talking about? Or just even anything basic to tell them to screen. Like they wouldn't even know. They would, computers to them, they're such deep in the boomer era. They'd be like, "Oh, whatever I got to do to get out of this conundrum, but I don't want to deal with it."
My mother-in-law, so we cared for her in her last years, and she had cancer and anyway, deteriorated towards the very end. And people would send her bills, and she would just want to pay them, like it was an emergency to pay fake bills. You know, they just tell her out of the blue she owed things for like a roof. It's like, you're living in our guest house. What?
Which roof do you think this is for? Oh, your brain is deteriorating. Shit.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
Right.
Imagine how good that roofing company's day was. Like, we got one.
We got one. We're saved.
No, we helped her with all those decisions she didn't get, Rob. But,
of course.
I got one a while back, and for a split second, I was like, "Oh no, what is this?" Because it was like a package containing narcotics has been intercepted on the way to you. And I was like, "Not again!"
I promise I didn't order it this time.
Yeah, and I was like, because that's what I was saying. I was like, "Someone sent me narcotics to fuck with me. No, this time they're not gonna believe me now." It's like the boy who cried wolf. Yeah. I was like, "Shit!" And it's like, you need to send X amount of money to the blah 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 to sort this out. And I was like, "Oh, they'd be here. They wouldn't be sending me voicemails." So like they just show up for this sort of thing.
It's like when you get a call from the IRS where it's like, "Hey, you owe back taxes. We have no information on who you are or what state you're in." It'll even be like, "Hello, sir or madam." Like, you owe back taxes.
Yeah, my dad got a call and they were like, I don't remember the exact specifics, but it was something like, "We're just trying to confirm your identity, sir. Can you read us your social security number?" And he's like, I think he might have given it to him. And and so then they know who he is. He's like, yeah, Mr. Myers, we've got this issue with this, that, and the other, and you owe this much of this. And he calls me and he's like, I got a call and they said this, and that. This doesn't seem right to me, but I don't know what's going on. I'm like, yeah, did they know your name immediately or only after you gave them a little information? He's like,
I gave him my social security.
I think it was after I gave them my social that they knew my name. Shit. He's like, yeah. Whenever that happens, the first thing you do is like, "Who am I?" They're like, "Hey, we got a problem with your taxes." "Oh yeah? What's my name?" And they're like, "Valued customer." Yeah, it's those scam artists are, they cast a wide net and they only need to catch a fish here and there because there's no overhead to scamming someone from Nigeria.
Thank God you were there. They'd almost caught your dad on the line.
Yep. I don't think he was going to bite. He was very suspicious. He was like, "What is this? What's going on here?" And I was like, yeah. I think you're safe since you didn't really give him anything too pertinent. But yeah, don't.
Other than your social security number.
Yeah.
Are you aware of any loans being taken out in your name?
Well, I got him a credit monitoring thing a while back, so he could keep an eye on everything, and he'll get an alert on his phone if anything happens there. So it's like he's pretty safe.
Well, that's good then. Taking good care of him.
It's kind of politics, but you guys been following the $15 minimum wage thing?
Yeah, a little bit. I saw that there's been some discussion. I think the Republicans even had a bit of a compromise with maybe saying 10.
Yeah. Well, if I have it right, I think his name's Tom Cotton, and he's from Oklahoma, offered to raise it to 10. It's currently like 7.25, and his state's minimum is already 11. So it didn't seem like he was really meeting him halfway there. But yeah, there's that. I don't know how
it's 11 in Oklahoma.
That's
interesting. That's like, I'm pretty sure that's like one of the cheapest states to live, like cost of living wise, like very, very cheap in Oklahoma.
You wouldn't think it would be too expensive.
I must have the state wrong because it's 725 there. Is it Arkansas? Where is it from?
I'm from Arkansas.
I'm gonna guess he's from.
That's a reference that no one gets but me.
He is from Arkansas, is what I'm guessing. Not guessing. I looked it up. He's from Arkansas.
It is Arkansas. And he's offering 10, but it's already 11.
What a forgettable state.
Yeah, I don't know. So, like...
So much mouth.
Do you know what the capital of Arkansas is?
Little Rock?
Look at you.
Frankfurt. Right? No, that's Kentucky. It is Little Rock.
Frankfurt is in Kentucky.
Yeah, Frankfurt's capital of Kentucky. Little Rock's capital of Arkansas.
Yeah.
It's the capital of Connecticut.
Is that Montpelier?
No, that's Vermont.
Yeah, I was.
Oh shit! I know Connecticut. Hartford.
Oh yeah,
let's do all the states. What is?
Oh god, stop.
Let's do what's Seattle? What's Washington? It's not Seattle. It's something else.
Some of these are hard.
I haven't done this since elementary school.
Is it Helena, Montana? No, that's Helena, Montana. Oh man, we suck.
I haven't done this since I was like
Washington
9.
Washington. I'm gonna say. It's not Seattle, but it could be one of those states where it's the one you don't think it is. So I'm going to say Seattle.
I'm going to do what I did in high school, which is to say Washington City. If you don't know it, sometimes that gets it right.
I don't think in any situation that gets it right.
You're probably
Capital
right about
of Washington.
It's like that Reddit post where they tell the kid to put these 5 words in alphabetical order, and he just takes the letters in each word and puts those in alphabetical order. So like one of the words is there, so he just takes THERE and puts those letters in order.
Can you guys do New Jersey? I have an unfair advantage there, but it's a hard one.
New Jersey is it Trenton?
It is. Yeah. Okay.
All right. What's
if
Missouri?
It were multiple choice, I would be like 90% on this, but like pulling some of them out of my ass, I'm just gonna suffer at this.
Yeah, Missouri. I would guess St. Louis. Is it right?
It's Jefferson City.
I know North Dakota.
Yes, North Dakota is Bismarck, right?
Yep.
Or is that South Dakota?
I think it's Bismarck, North Dakota.
All right, this was ironic. I didn't mean to get us on the cap.
This is the worst bit ever, but I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Especially for anyone like the people from the U.S. are like, yeah, it is kind of hard, huh? But the people from like fucking Europe are like, Jesus fucking Christ.
It's funny, you think anyone from the U.S. is going to join our side. They'd be like, these fucking 3 adult idiots don't know any of the capitals.
They're not wrong. Can we go back to minimum wage?
That space of my brain with actors' names. All right, that's gone.
For a bit, there was a piece of me that felt like I was somehow virtuous by wanting a $15 minimum wage on some level. I also understand, you guys have all heard me say you compete with automation and overseas labor. You can't just make the minimum wage whatever you want. But it was like, you know what? Enough is enough. Everybody should be rich. And then I started to look at myself through another lens, and it's like, I'm not offering to pay more. I'm just saying he should pay him more. Aren't I pretty special for thinking that? Aren't I quite the gentleman and full of kindness for thinking that guy should pay that guy more? And it's like, that's not really that impressive at all. I looked up the minimum wage from when I earned it to now, and it's actually inflation right. I keep hearing this argument that like if minimum wage kept up with inflation, that it'd be like $25 an hour now or something wild like that.
I think it's if it kept up with cost of living. It's what they usually use.
Okay. Maybe because I couldn't explain the
Which
delta.
Isn't fair.
Maybe that does. So I used
to the people who have to live on minimum wage.
I used an inflation calculator, and I pumped in 1986. I was 13 years old. I couldn't make the minimum. I got paid less than the minimum wage. It was $3 an hour. But I was working illegally, so they could pay me anything they wanted. And $3 an hour. I worked it forward, and it was like $7.25 or something. The next year, I earned the actual minimum wage, which was $3.35. Put it in the inflation calculator, and it was like $7.65. I'll do it again right now. Inflation calculator.
Yeah, it was like $6.25, I think. Or no, it was like $5.50 when I was 16, I think.
Ooh, we'll do that next. So in
15, when I was 15.
1987, I just happened to know the minimum wage was $3.35. So this year that would make it $7.71. And is the minimum wage $7.25 or $7.65? Do you guys know?
I have no idea. I think it's in the low sevens.
It is $7.25. So it's $7.25, and when I earned the minimum wage, it was the equivalent of $7.71, which is more, right? I'm not knocking that, but they led me to believe it was like $25 or something, really out of line with $7.25. I think if they tried to make it 10, they'd get general agreement, but they're not. They're asking for 15. And I want everyone to make that. I want everyone to make 30 or 100. I don't know.
It should probably be different. Like, it seems like doing that federally is kind of odd too, because it's like very, very different in Manhattan than Oklahoma City. Like it seems a little odd to have the same rule everywhere. I'd be interested to see. I haven't followed this at all, and I don't know enough about economics to know anything about this, but I'd be interested to see or hear like what is the like if let's say they put $15 nationally, that's the new thing. How would that impact companies like Walmart, Target, Amazon versus companies like the remaining, 48% of small businesses that, are still here from a year and
yeah. I'm curious about
who's
what
who's it going to help?
Isn't McDonald's one of the biggest employers? Like I know Walmart is like number one in like the South specifically, maybe in the whole U.S.
Walmart's number one in the whole U.S. I think, and McDonald's is up there too.
McDonald's is pretty high up there, but like, if I'm a McDonald's like corporate guy and they tell me like, okay, now your cost of labor is double what it is now, then I'm getting on that fucking machine that makes burgers and fries right away, right?
And works self-checkout, right? Would be probably a popular
fucking
thing.
Self-checkout. You only if you can run your McDonald's with like 2 people now instead of like 6, and you've got like $750,000 worth of machinery that'll pay itself off in 10 years. Like, yeah, do that. Do the self-checkout shit. You have one person like watching the front, one person watching the back, maybe 2. You're good, right?
So that ties into something I've been saying, which is everyone competes with automation and overseas labor, right? So McDonald's, like that checkout drive person could potentially be anywhere, right? Like they could, if it's a sophisticated IT system, that guy could be in India, or they could just be one guy. Maybe the way
you don't use cash.
Maybe, I've got an American dude who just works rush hours all day long, So I hit the East Coast, Eastern, Central, Mountain, and Pacific time zones, and I fill in on that extra throughput you need to handle the lunch hour, and like that. I don't know how it works exactly, but they'd get more efficient. They wouldn't just have 8 people for a big shift, and I want everyone to make more. It just seems nice. Although I'm really just giving somebody's money to somebody else.
Yeah, I just don't have an opinion anymore. I don't give a fuck. I don't know what the right answer is. So I feel like an uneducated opinion is worthless, and that's kind of what I have. I just don't know.
We've got 4 hours to fill. So you can't fucking believe that.
Yeah, a lot of times people point to a specific cost, right? They say, the cost of college has done this, right? It's grown far faster than inflation has. Mm-hmm. And they use that as an argument that minimum wage needs to be higher. And on one level, I get it. That's a thing that minimum wage employees might be paying for, college. On another level, it's like, well, you kind of cherry picked that one, didn't you? You know, you didn't choose bread or milk or something more generic. So, anyway, maybe just me that finds that. I've been following the minimum wage thing a bunch because it's hot in the news right now.
So what was your first average rent, or Woody, like when you lived on your own?
So this one's not going to support. It was $3.90, but it was a particular, like, I stayed in a low-income housing unit. That was the one where the guy underneath me beat his wife and sold drugs. And
Jesus. Well, what was the first average one?
Right?
I'm looking for averages.
Yeah. Like, I lived in pretty much a ghetto on my first place. So I think a lot of people might hear $3.90 and think it's insanely cheap. But you'd probably get a place like that now in Jersey for like $7.90 or $6.90, and it would still suck. I want to say I paid.
Oh, Jesus Christ! It says rent priced $3.90 in 1983 is the equivalent of that's 1983. It would be later for you when you did this.
Yeah,
but it'd be equivalent of $1,343 now in 2021. But
can you change the date? Or
yeah, I can change the date.
Make it 93. I think I lived on my own then.
93. $3.90 in 1993 is $894.35 now.
Okay.
I just found the apartment complex that was my first apartment.
Really?
I'm gonna see what it costs now. Because
when I went, torn down.
Mine was like $550, $600 a month. And let's see what it is now. Cobblestone Landing apartments.
Dude, that's when I learned the importance of paying more for rent. So my apartment, this is the actual apartment I stayed in. The person before me left their animal behind, and that animal destroyed it, right? They had to replace the drywall, not paint it, replace it because it was urine soaked and disgusting. They had to replace the carpets because it was urine soaked, and an animal died and rotted on the carpets, right? So they couldn't just like vacuum it and send it to the next guy. So when I went to like tour that apartment, I was like, this place is new. It was like fresh construction. It was lovely. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm getting this place for $3.90. And then I realized that what you pay for is not just the apartment. You're paying to keep poor neighbors away. And I didn't pay for that, so I didn't get it.
Maybe this was it.
What do you say? You're looking for your place?
Looking for your original
maps link?
This is it. Man, I have not seen this in a couple decades.
Yeah, I want to look up my old college apartment, see if there's pictures on the inside.
So yeah, it was $600 when I stayed there, and now let's see.
And what year was that?
2005. Looks like now it's like 848. So it's gone up by 200 since
16 years ago.
16 years. It's not bad. I mean, 30%.
Yeah. I just don't know enough about the surrounding math of any of this, but I agree with you, Woody, in that like viscerally, I'm like, yeah, it does seem like about time the minimum wage went up. But then when people were like, but have you considered this? And it's like, no, I haven't.
It's weird that they're bundling it into the COVID bill because a lot of jobs that pay minimum wage are especially hard hit right now. You know, imagine the sales at a boardwalk store today or a restaurant or I don't know, all sorts of little retail. Like I bet Taylor's tied into this, just how smashed retail is during the pandemic. And now you want to raise their labor costs because I'm feeling generous, you know, like
I don't know how it would impact retail, but I assume like companies like Walmart are going to be able to handle that a lot easier than some restaurant who's already trying to get by on savings and they're having to, we only have 30% capacity. And it's like, well, now we have no margin even when we're open. We're losing money staying open. Sure. We have to stay open and so I would imagine that might be enough to crush those businesses.
That lady at the gym front desk who ignores you when you check in, that's a minimum wage job, probably. Mm-hmm. You know, and they're not killing it right now. Gyms, restaurants, all sorts of places that have cheap labor.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's sad how many small businesses are just gone, not coming back, especially restaurants and shit.
what comes next? Like, I believe that this vacuum will be a board and will be filled with something. Will it be gig economy type things? Will unskilled labor fire up like home cleaning services without friction? You know, can you just hire like Uber Cleans and get someone to work around here, babysitting? Like those services, gig stuff seems interesting to me. I don't know, but I just have this idea that there are unskilled sounds like an insult, but it's what I'm trying to say. You know, unskilled labor that isn't employed at every mom and pop shop in center of town anymore. What are they doing? Is it there? Is a gig
I don't even know.
up?
I mean, the gig economy and people turning to that, it doesn't seem to be out of desire. It's more out of desperation, where it's like, I lost my job that was traditionally more stable, and so now I have to drive 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday,
terrible.
every time, you know, to drive people home from bars or from restaurants or whatever. So like that, you know, the gig economy is really good for the end consumer, I think. You know, it's very convenient. You know, there's a million services you can do where someone, just a normal person, can go grab your food for you, bring it to you, or whatever it is. But like, I would imagine the people who are making the vast majority of their income from these gig economy jobs, like they have to be living under a tremendous amount of stress. They don't have any sort of benefits. They don't have health coverage. Health coverage is so fucking expensive anyway. So like, how many hours a month are they working just to cover that minimum? You know, they don't want to get penalized in their taxes for not having it. So it's like,
I think
it puts gig people in a really tough spot. So hopefully something comes back with semblance of normality to give people more stable jobs, but who knows? Like, I imagine after this is all said and done, there's going to be even more of a handful of giant companies that control everything. Like Amazon, they're not going to slow down. Like they've made it very clear they're going to keep dominating anything they touch.
They're good.
They do a good job. They have a good service and they deliver in 2 days. You know, you read stuff. I know sometimes, never in the Washington Post, funny enough, about like bad work conditions at Amazon and things like that, and nonsense where I read something about this that blew my mind. It was like Amazon, they're having voting on unionization at Amazon, and Amazon offered them and said, hey, if you resign before the vote, we'll give you a $2,000 bonus and we will rehire you right after the vote to make sure that they don't have to unionize. And it's like, that is fucking despicable. That is absolutely despicable.
I heard there were pro-unionization ads running on Twitch, which, as you know, Amazon owns, and they cut that shit out.
Yeah. No, fuck that. No. Kyle, did you hear that about Amazon?
Give you a $2,000 bonus?
Yeah, exactly. And they'll rehire you just because they do not want to unionize.
Dude, unions. I've been on both sides of the union issue. When I lived in New Jersey, unions were stronger. They were strong. You know, this was like the 90s and 80s and stuff. And unions had power. They were in the union. Union was like a sense of their identity, you know? Like, who am I? I'm number 56 on the high school football team. I'm local 39 iron worker. Like, this is who they were. They had to do with their friend group, their social status. And they were, like, together, ape strong. Cool. When I lived in Jersey, I hated unions because I always saw the bad part of it. You still see some now. Like, some cop can beat an elderly man while screaming, "Stop resisting." And the union's right there to defend him and make sure he keeps his job
get him
and
a
lands
lawyer,
on his feet. Get him
all that shit.
They're defending the indefensible. And I saw it so often, like completely incompetent, almost malicious workers getting union saviors, attorneys, you know, fighting to keep their job. Like, this guy's been caught high at work as a train operator, engineer, repeatedly. And I'm like, I take
train gets there on time?
No, never. No. Oh, fuck. I knew I had to do something today. I was supposed to be driving that train at work.
We're just happy when it stops at the stops.
So usually doing something on Monday.
if I'm a fucking train conductor, I'm gonna want to be high. I want to be good and high.
So in Jersey, hated unions. Now I come to North Carolina, right? What's the state minimum wage? There isn't one. It's the federal propping it where it is. Workers' protection, no, just fucking turn the screws. Like, North Carolina unskilled labor gets fucked. And now that there's no union here, I'm like, oh, well, maybe there was something to that. And neither side seems to be perfect, but I do see both of them now.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Amazon union, I mean, I see how apparently it's pretty miserable there. I do love it. I ordered a tape measure for my bicep this week, and I know I set forth a chain of human sacrifice and misery to get it to me in 2 days. But it came.
What was your measurement?
It was 15 inches. I don't have big biceps.
How much?
15 or 15 and a quarter. I'd have to, like, I didn't have a pump. I might be able to get 15 and a quarter if I tried harder, but that's where I am. But yeah, I'm like, I ordered it and I'm like, this is the stupidest fucking vanity purchase I've made so far this year.
Oh,
You just have to find something else to
measure your skull.
Oh, it's another measurement where I won't keep pace with the show.
Yeah, where's my caliper? Where's that caliper I spent $80 on and lost for that
If
one?
you find yours, I know where mine is. It's in the kitchen. We could do a little skull comparison. Get to the bottom of this once
Give
and
me
for
a
all.
second. I gotta find it.
The head honcho is on the hunt.
Is he getting
God, I
a
love
caliper or a tape?
A
measure,
caliper
like
would actually be funny, especially if it's one of those phrenology calipers that's like the claw machine thing. But he's getting the measuring roto tape thingy.
He may. He called it a caliper, so I think he may have a prop that he bought for live streaming.
Yeah, vocabulary is usually his strong suit, but because a caliper is confusing me.
I think it's going to turn out to be a caliper. We'll see.
If he pulls out a caliper, I'll be impressed.
Yeah. I wanted to get it. I'm trying to grow. So I have a lagging body part. It's biceps, and I'm like, I should get a before measurement. See if I can go anywhere with it.
I've seen people on the internet. They put those. It kind of looks like a sweatband, but it's more elasticy, and they put it above the bicep, and the result is more blood is forced into the bicep and stays in it, so they get like a ridiculous pump. And it's not just to like inflate your bicep. You're like, look, it got this big. It's because getting a pump is a big part of getting nutrients pushed into that muscle fiber and like making the muscle grow. Like
is it called constricting? Or there's a term for that where they reduce the blood flow when this is during the exercise, right?
Yeah. Like while you're working out, these guys have this like, it's like an elastic band right above the bicep and below the like right here, like below the delt.
Blood flow occlusion. I think I've heard it called occlusion training. I have seen it on the internet. I've never done it. I don't know if it. I don't know. I do have a T-shirt or two. Do you remember the Ultimate Warrior?
Of course.
I'm going to show people I'm looking at Ultimate. His costume had these bands around his biceps. And this is a good picture. Were you?
Really pumped him up for the ring. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's cheating so hard.
Dude, it gives you definition between your deltoids and biceps that is just awesome. I have a couple T-shirts that are tight in that same spot, and I have a similar. I feel like a peacock wearing it. Just like, look at me, because they're doing him some favors.
The Ultimate Warrior's got some traps that are making me wonder if he's all natural or not.
I have that same suspicion.
Something about the Ultimate Warrior's physique is saying enhanced to me.
I see it. If you scroll down, he's really vascular. Good golly. But those bands are giving him more than he would have had on his own.
Yeah, they definitely are.
And if I can narrow down which shirts are doing that and my whole wardrobe is going to have that effect.
You're like 30% stronger on your negatives.
Yeah.
On something like bicep curls. So cheat it up. like rock your hips and throw it back, and like especially not every rep obviously, but like once you've got, you're like, I'm 10 in, I could either quit or I could just really cheat the fuck out of this and do the negative.
I do. Yeah, that's how I do it. I it's pretty strict form while I can, and then I cheat some more. I'll do that on a lat pull down.
Sure.
Get a little more.
Did you find your caliper?
No, I don't know where the hell it is.
Was it caliper that you were looking for, like the pinchers?
Yeah, the pinchers.
It was.
That's what I did on the stream like 6 months ago now. I don't know where I put it. I mean, it's a very nice caliper. It's just, I don't.
It's like it's the same caliper that like melon farmers use to determine if they're market grade or something.
No, it's to determine when a cow is ready for slaughter, idiot.
Were you ready to go?
Yeah. I was overdue.
What was that?
Months prior.
What was it Ralph said when they were, I graduated from Bovine University. Something like that.
Bovine University.
I'm learning. I'm feeling English. That's impossible.
He's one of my favorite characters. Like, he's top 5.
Yeah. Ralph's good. I love The Simpsons.
He's fucking top 5.
10 seasons are so good. He's great. Fucking even Flanders is a funny character.
Flanders is done well.
Everybody's better early on. I haven't watched any of the like last 10 years of The Simpsons, and I don't think I ever will. I think I'll just remember it the way it was.
It's probably for the best. It's probably for the best.
What are you watching now, Taylor?
All the way to like, what's that?
What are you watching now?
Oh, when I'm working out.
Yeah.
I haven't watched. I was watching The Expanse last week. I haven't picked that up again in a bit. I need to watch more Expanse. I'm still in, I think, the end of season 2 there. Maybe very beginning of season. I finished season 2. I'm about to start season 3, so I need to jump back into that again. Other than that, like when I'm working out and I'm like thinking about other stuff, or I'm having to like take breaks off and then like send emails or do offline work stuff. I'll just throw on like The Simpsons or Family Guy or some nonsense show I've seen 100 times. King of the Hill. King of the Hill I haven't watched in like 6-7 months. Only like 5 more months I can rewatch it again.
So for my like mindless, like just to have something playing TV show, right now it's Star Trek The Next Generation again. I'm going through and watching like the episodes that I haven't seen multiple times. I'm coming to realize there's a reason I kept skipping them, because they're just
crappy,
terrible. But the show that's premiering that I'm really into right now is still Snowpiercer. Season 2 is premiering week to week, and I'm following it, watching it as soon as it comes out. I know you guys haven't picked it up yet, so I'll go ahead and spoil who the guest, who the new actor is for season 2. Sure. It's Sean Bean from Lord of the Rings. Very nice. They added Sean Bean to the show, and he is wonderful. He is a really great villain, which is what they needed. So
he's gonna die again.
He is. God, I hope they get him soon. He's just a monster.
He's the guy running the front of the train, I assume.
I don't want to go too much into the details, but like, he is a real sociopathic megalomaniac. He's just dark. Like, he gets this one guy fails him, and Sean Bean knows this guy has failed him in a certain way, and he's like, you've come on in to like the nice part of the train. He's like, you've been working hard. You must be cold. How'd you like a bath? Because, water is kind of in short supply. I think everybody's taking cold showers or whatever. But he's got a nice, like, Victorian freestanding tub in there. He's like, how would you like a bath? It's like, I don't know, sir. It's no. Take your clothes off. He's just turning the tap on and everything. The guy's stripping down naked, and Sean Bean starts stripping down naked too. And they get in the bathtub together, sort of facing each other and continuing their conversation.
That's just breezed by.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, it's very awkward. And Sean Bean says something to him. He's like, "While you were over there, did you have anything to eat?" And the guy's like, "Well, they had chicken. They had chicken wings." And did you have any? Well, I was just so hungry. So they know that you were hungry. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I haven't had chicken in 7 years. And he's just like, oh, well, and he gets out a straight razor. He's like, well, it'll all be over soon. You know, you've served me well for these years. And the guy takes the straight razor from Sean Bean, and he's just like, do I have to, sir? Go ahead. It'll all be over quickly. And the guy fucking cuts his own wrists in the bathtub and bleeds out right there in the bathtub with Sean Bean while Sean Bean watches his life drain out of his body.
Sean Bean stays in the bath.
Yeah, does he get all bloody and yucky? Okay.
I think he's into that. I think he likes being in the tub with people while they die because it's not the first time he's done it.
This is a recurring theme that he has people kill themselves in the tub.
Yes, okay. With him.
You know, and he's naked, so he's taking a big risk handing the blade to another guy in the tub with him.
Oh, the guy would. I mean, that other guy would be taking a big risk if he tried to do anything with that blade. Because
Boromir, like a combat expert.
No, but he's God. He might as well be like.
Even if you struck him down, 2 henchmen would come and kill you immediately. Basically,
one of his henchmen is one of the scariest things I've ever seen. So he has this henchman they call Icy Bob. And Icy Bob is, I'm going to say he's 6'7", maybe 300 pounds. And he has undergone this treatment where they have like winterized him. And he has all of this, like these patches of like synthetic skin fused all over his body. So his face looks like a puzzle that's been hastily put together. It's like a patchwork of like flesh with like these ridiculous like scars in between. And he can withstand like this negative 100 degree Fahrenheit temperature for like, not for a day or anything, but for like seconds and minutes at a time. So like whenever they're having like this big battle in one of the train cars, they just turn the fucking cold air on from the outside and it's blasting. And to a normal person, it touches them. And they're screaming in pain. You know, the skin just immediately frostbites off your body. But Icy Bob is just wading through it, just fucking crushing people.
Icy Bob.
Yeah. Like there's a part where
I saw a picture. He's very scary looking.
They're like, what do you want us to do, Mr. Wilford? He's like, send in Bob. And they're like, Icy Bob or Greasy Bob? Do you even have to ask? I don't know who Greasy Bob is, but I'd hate to see him. I don't know what his deal is. Maybe he's all slippery. like what's he gonna do? But
he
doesn't walk. He just slithers.
Greasy Bob is the one. Quack! Getting buttered up in his prison.
Yeah, it's a wild show. Like I didn't know how they were gonna like make a second season because again, I don't want to give too many spoilers, but it's quite a bit different than what you saw in the movie. Like things are not in the pieces are not in the same positions that they were in the movie, to say the least. But you got like 2 or 3 strong actors and 2 or 3 more like good supporting actors, and a really interesting premise, and I'm into it. It's I think it's on TNT, which is like whatever. I think I watched the first season for free on HBO, and then I purchased the second season for like $22 or something like that. Cause like, you know, I finished a whole season of this shit and then they give you the first episode for free. And I'm like, I want to see what happens next. And there's 2 more already ready to like watch if I just plunk down a little cash. So I just did it. And I like the show. I don't think it's not Game of Thrones, you know, pre-abortion. It's not like a Breaking Bad type level show, but it's a strong show. It's a real strong 6, a real weak 7 out of 10 type show.
Well, it's got a cool premise, and the premise can pull it a long way. That's pretty neat.
The premise is really neat, and you know, like I said, there's a couple of actors that are pretty cool, and it's very brutal violence. Lots of dismemberment, cannibalism, very bloody, gory stuff.
A lot of freezing related things where like limbs are cracking and shattering.
Freezing torture, like that's a method of torture. They have like a hose that's sort of connected to the outside, and they can sort of use it like an airbrush instrument to like freeze one of your fingers and then shatter it with a hammer if you're not going to talk. That happens, and there are some like it'll be like Sean Bean's clearly like a bad guy.
Yeah.
But like some of his henchmen are like Goebbels level evil. It's like oh, he's got people that work for him who are actually fucking evil.
So like Icy Bob's truly evil.
Icy Bob's actually a decent guy. He's just got a job to do.
Well, I just saw a picture of him. He doesn't look like a decent guy. He looks like a monster.
He spoke in the last episode, and you're like, oh, I expect him to be like a mongoloid or something. He's just like, you really shouldn't cross them. They're scary people. And I'm like, if Icy Bob's afraid of these people, then that's who I'm referring to. Like the people that Icy Bob is warning one character about two other characters. He's like, don't cross them. Don't rub them the wrong way. They're dangerous. And it's like that. If Icy Bob's afraid of these people are like the scariest people in the show. And sure enough, like they're like super scary, like experimenting on human beings, evil kind of people.
Well, I mean, wasn't Icy Bob experimented on?
Exactly.
So that's why he knows they're no good.
Yeah.
They probably turned him into Icy Bob.
Pretty decent show. It's got the Kyle 2 thumbs up for like recommendation. That last show I was watching, what was it that I recommended and then I withdrew my recommendation?
Dark Tower series.
No, it was the Stand. You're close.
Stand.
Also a Stephen King. Dark Tower might be an interesting series. Those books lost me. I started reading those in prison, and I was just like, oh my god.
He gets up into the weeds even more than usual.
Woof. Come on, Stephen. How much coke were you doing when you were writing this shit? But yeah, the Stand lost me around episode 8 out of 10 or something like that. And I went back and finished it. Man, it really goes off the rails after that. He's bad with endings, and it's like, it ends twice. It's one of those movies. It's like, all right, we took care of the bad guy. Now everything's hunky dory, and then the characters are like, I don't know, let's get in a little more trouble, and they spend a whole nother episode like getting in some more trouble, and then end it, and it's like, oh, God, you're terrible at this, Steven. You need a second writer to come in at the end and like put the finishing touches on this.
Imagine
the
how fucked up that would be. The endings would never fit. The endings would suck just differently. They wouldn't fit. They'd be Lego pieces that don't go together.
Like JK Rowling, like say what you want, but like Harry Potter has a pretty decent fucking ending. Like there's a few things I'd change around, but at the end of those books, I've read them multiple times, and the movies, they're very similar the way they end. You're like, yeah, all right, it all worked out in the end.
What happens in the end of Harry Potter? Does he get married and like just live a normal wizard life?
Well, so he's got the big face off with Voldemort finally.
But he wins.
He wins. And a couple of the other characters step up big. Many of the good characters die, and it's quite sad. Lupin and Tonks die, I believe. It's pretty sad at the end. One of the Weasley twins dies. Quite sad.
Movie 2? I don't remember that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And but our main group of characters all make it mostly unscathed. Harry, Ron, Hermione, they all make it. And then there's like a prologue or whatever you call it. And I don't know. Epilogue. I guess I won't tell you. He's gone. But yeah, it ends well. I think Harry Potter is gonna be up there with like on the Mount Rushmore of like fantasy for a long time. I saw the other day someone pointing out just how much stuff she stole from Tolkien. Like comparing characters in the Harry Potter universe to the Lord of the Rings universe, and it's like, God damn it, that's pretty accurate. Yeah.
Did he establish the universe, Tolkien? Like did he create elves and dwarves and But
like elves and dwarves that as we know them are a Tolkien invention.
But they're also like, we know them. That's how you do it right now. The answer key's out there. You can't just make elves something else. In the same way that like if vampires and werewolves and fairies and something existed in a new thing, I wouldn't say, oh, you copied that. It's like, well, no, that's just what werewolves are.
but you can have a different shift on it, right? Like for example, you don't have to do Mary Shelley's Frankenstein or Bram Stoker's Dracula. You can do a movie like 30 Days of Night, where the vampires are showing up in Alaska, where you've got 30 Days of Night because it's so high up in the and these vampires are very feral almost, and they're not these sexy suave, like illusion based vampires. They don't turn into anything. They're vicious and cruel, and feral is the word, and they work in a pack. You can put a little twist on it.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if you look at, like, for one of the examples that was given was in Harry Potter. Harry Potter's got the scar that hurts whenever he's in contact with Voldemort or connected with Voldemort in some way. Just like Frodo has the scar from Weathertop, that hurts him all the time whenever he's around the Nazgul, and then Gollum and it's hard to remember all these characters' names. Dobby are basically the very similar characters, and it went down a line. There was a whole litany of these play for play. Like Gandalf is fucking Dumbledore. Like they're just so similar, and it's like, come on.
The Dumbledore is way more badass and powerful.
It seems like
that's a real nerd discussion that happens online. Who wins, Dumbledore or Gandalf? And
did Dumbledore come back to life when he died?
He existed as no.
The answer is given already.
But he's in the afterlife, able to still communicate with Harry. When Harry
still be dead.
Himself crosses over. But Gandalf is essentially an angel. He's a demigod. So.
Well, I like that about Lord of the Rings with Gandalf. That and I never got into Harry Potter. But my youngest brother watched the movies, and I didn't like how there was a spell for everything where Hermione would be like, "Oh, thank God I learned this afternoon to get us out of this pinch."
I like that.
And then, but like Gandalf, there's times it would be like, "What are we going to do, Grey Wizard?" And it's like, "Well, I'm drawing my sword too. I don't have unlimited magic, bro." And it's like,
I don't know, John Rhys Davies. What are we going to do?
Yeah, I don't know, John Rhys Davies is the tallest guy on the cast playing Gimli.
Huge dude.
And it makes sense they had to do that because they're like, all right, we need a guy who looks like a dwarf, but the only people like that are like 6'5". So we need him.
John Rhys Davies is I knew him from a TV show called Sliders back in the day on Fox.
That was him. Wow, I just put that together because
Gimli's got a fake nose in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Yeah, she borrows a lot, but still, I love Harry Potter, and one of the things that always made me fantasize about existing, that is probably the universe that I fantasize the most about existing within. Like I was like, yeah, Harry Potter, because I loved the way magic worked there and the whole wizarding world and like the whole idea of it. Like everything about it seemed very attractive to me. I liked the idea. I would be like, the fuck, Harry? Why aren't you studying? Don't you want to know all these wondrous spells? I would be a Hermione.
I thought that too.
You're telling me there's a library full of books and like every page is another fucking magical spell that I could memorize and master. Yeah. And there's a whole class of potions, and some of these potions give me like infinite luck.
Yeah,
and there's all sorts of like. There's a whole bunch of Rule 34 shit where people are like zoop making their cocks huge and then bang each other with the giant cocks and stuff. And there's a bunch of like even in the books, Hermione like makes herself prettier with magic. There's a
how so?
Someone puts a spell on her that makes her teeth grow like super big, and they were already big. Like one of her character traits is like she's got ugly big teeth, and so when she shrinks them back, she's like, and a little extra. And like makes them nice, instead of going back to her original buck teeth, she's like, while we're here, and gives herself nice teeth.
You hit the nail on the head with like the feeling like you should study, because I do remember watching it with my brother and seeing that redhead kid who's friends with Hermione and Harry, Ron, being like, I don't want to study. School sucks. And it was like, dude, you're in fireball class right now.
Yeah.
You're in ice beam class, and you're acting like this is long division. Like, I would be early to class every day, be like, dude, are we gonna blow something up today? Even if not, even if we learn how to like make plants grow faster, I'm game. Game. I want to have the biggest potatoes. Like,
there was
potatoes,
no
that's
boring
what
class.
you make.
They're like,
yeah.
oh, not herbology, where we have to work with
you grow
sentient plants.
Oh, like he went to potatoes? The fuck? I'm thinking, I don't know for sure, but you guys have been accused of enjoying the devil's lettuce now and then. I can't imagine you'd use your herbology to...
Yeah, but the magic is unlimited. I can have delicious potatoes roasted with rosemary as I'm smoking my enormous pot plant.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be, man, you could not control bad kids at Hogwarts. Like, it would take no time at all for kids to kill each other, especially if you're giving them books and all they have to do is like mispronounce something to accidentally burn the place down or fuck something up. Yeah, that would be the most unrealistic part. There'd be so much rape.
I just fantasized so much. I started reading when I was maybe 12, 13.
Why would there be more rape?
Because like Lucius Malfoy, the bad guy, would cast like Staticus or something, and then it's like, oh, Hermione can't move, and he would just go rape her.
See, but on the counter argument, he could rape her as a normal person. Like, boys can rape girls.
Yeah, but these people don't even unlock locks without wizardry. Like, they don't even walk up to a doorknob and open it.
There's that spell where you can it's called Polyjuice Potion. It's a potion, and you get a little bit of like Taylor's hair, and you make that one of the ingredients, and now when you drink it, you transform into Taylor for a period of time. And like,
that's something you can't do.
And you just be transforming into like hot chicks and whoring yourself out all the time. You wouldn't need a job. Oh
God,
like
my
Woody's
mind
always wanted to be
place.
a girl and get fucked. Like Woody would have like, oh, it's the hardest potion to make, huh? Well, let's start cracking the books, boys.
But teenage me was like, I need to look like that chick's boyfriend. That was my thought process, to the old switcheroo.
No, you turn yourself into the girl and then you just squat over a mirror.
Yeah, Kyle went straight to being a girl and getting fucked and whoring out. I'm laying all the hottest chicks in school by being the hottest girl.
It's about making some
guy.
galleons, all right?
What was the name of the class where you learned the best stuff? The ice beams, the fire beams, summoning some sort
defense
of...
against the... Well, it depended who was teaching that year. God, this is coming off poorly. It depends who was teaching that year, but defense against the dark arts class was the like offensive defensive spell class. It was about fighting and defending
that's the
yourself.
coolest one.
It depends who was teaching the class that year. The year that Lupin taught, which I believe was third year, was a great year because he's like Harry's like uncle kind of figure. But then like later on, some of the most awful characters in the books taught that class as a way to like hold Harry back in a way. There was. But yeah, defense against the dark arts was like the offensive defensive spell class. Harry taught a year of that.
He made it all the way to teacher.
Well, there was a year where Hogwarts is infiltrated by the Ministry of Magic, you see, and so Harry takes it upon himself to teach the class because the actual teacher is refusing to actually teach anything. So the children all get together and say, Harry, you should teach us. And so they use the room of requirement, which is like this hidden room in the castle that becomes whatever you need it to be. They go into there every night.
Holodeck, and they train.
It's very much a holodeck, a magical holodeck. And they go in there and Harry teaches them all the things that he's learned over the years, because he's had to face off against
teach. The teachers didn't want to teach. They were on strike because of the invasion of the Ministry of Magic.
They were the viewpoint of the Ministry of Magic was that Voldemort had not returned and they would not hear anything else. Actually, this year, the Hogwarts had been taken over by Voldemort's henchmen. And so, no. This is the year before that. Yeah. Ministry of Magic's position was that Voldemort had not returned. And they also did not want any of that stuff taught. So the teacher they put into place is one of the most evil characters ever written in a book.
Oh, is that horrible woman that dresses in
pink lady? Yeah, she's the worst. And she won't teach anything. She's making them read books and like the theory of self-defense. It's like if you go to your like jujitsu class and everybody just cracks a book and talks about what an armbar would hypothetically look like. And you're like, well, what if I actually need to apply an armbar in a self-defense scenario? Who will you be defending yourself against? I don't know, attackers?
What was her
Where
motivation?
are these attackers? No one's going to attack you.
So she was the bad guy who was like setting them up for failure so they wouldn't be prepared for the bad guy attack?
Worse. She was a bad guy who didn't know she was a bad guy.
She was just a bad teacher.
She was just an evil person who didn't have an agenda other than that of her.
She didn't even have anything to gain by being bad.
No, she was just evil. She didn't know that Voldemort was back. She didn't care. She was just a bureaucrat, power-hungry sociopath.
She sucks. The coolest character is the guy in the woods who talks with spiders and stuff.
That's Hagrid.
Yeah.
Hagrid's a cool guy.
Yeah.
I like the part where
Harry Potter talk. I could do a whole Harry Potter podcast because it's one of my. I might like it more than the Tolkien universe. I'm really into it, but I'll spare everyone anymore.
Kyle, I've been wanting you to do this Star Trek talk. So there was a question from the patron.
He asked for it.
And I want to get it exactly right. It basically was, you're a Starfleet captain. Do you want Spock or Data, Lieutenant Data, on your crew?
Data.
Why?
I mean, he's incredibly advanced. He's super intelligent. He's 100% loyal. He is one of the biggest advantages that Data often provided was there would be scenarios where he would not be affected by the anomaly or whatever. He's non-biological, right? He's an android. So like something would happen that like made everybody devolve into like whatever they came from. People are turning into lizards and spiders and lemurs and stuff. Well, he's a robot. He's not going to devolve. He's not infected by any of the diseases. He's not affected by a lot of that stuff. There's an episode where they stumble upon this alien race that doesn't want to be discovered. They're isolationists. And so their solution to this is to erase people's memories and like hurl them back out of their space. And the people wake up and they're like, oh, what happened? I don't know. Let's get out of here. But the Enterprise is very inquisitive. So like they do that and the Enterprise just comes back and they're like, all right, we're going to destroy him. And Data's like, whoa. I'll cover the tracks. Send us back again. I'll make sure they don't come back. And so there's this whole episode where like Data's clearly lying to everyone and everybody's like, why is Data lying to us? He's lying about this. The computer's clock doesn't add up to what actually happened. We weren't just knocked out for 30 seconds. It was 8 hours. What was Data up to? And they're so inquisitive. They've got to go back and figure it out. And the aliens are like, all right, well, we're killing them all now. And Data, and they're like, we can try it again. Put us all asleep again, and Data will do it right this time. Like, so for that reason, Data's got so many advantages as a machine over just annoyingly. See, Spock isn't even full Vulcan. So like, his human side takes over sometimes, and he's a real piece of shit. Like he gets emotional. There's an episode where he gets sprayed by this fucking pollen on this planet, and it makes him like super emotional. And he's wanting to like quit Starfleet and like go on some sort of peace and love tour or something.
There's an episode where Data gets drunk and fucks the chief of security.
Tasha Yar. Yes. Yeah. I don't remember exactly what the effect to Data was. I think Data was all A-OK and he was himself, but everyone else was turned into like horny versions of themselves. And she shows up with like that Superman doop-de-doo coming down her face from her hair. And she's wearing like a low-cut Jennifer Lopez, like 1998 Oscars kind of dress or whatever. And she's like, are you fully functional? And he's like, I've been trained in 37 methods of human fuckery. And she's like, oh, really? And it's like, yeah, so Daddy gets laid. Yeah. Spock was just, the original series sucks. They didn't have the budget. They didn't know what they were fucking doing. A lot of the core, the skeletons of a good show are there, but like, there's no meat on those bones. It's TNG is where it's at, and then Deep Space Nine afterwards, and everything else is a fucking abomination.
All right. Hey, have you paid any attention to there's a new game Valheim? Are you familiar with it?
I messaged you guys about Valheim about a month ago, saying we should jump on that bandwagon. Yeah.
Apparently, the early access beta is wildly successful. They have tens of thousands of players. I just learned about it. I guess you told me about it months ago, but I relearned. I thought I'd learned about it 2 days ago, and I was like, "Ooh, here's a game the boys haven't heard of. It seems interesting." I tried to watch it on Twitch. Long, boring stretches. It was Shroud, right? So Shroud is someone who finds action, right? You know, he'll play a slow-paced game quickly. Shroud can, and I don't think I literally saw him fire a bullet or throw an axe or anything, and the whole time I watched.
Well, this looks cool. Yeah, we should definitely get the three of us in there, and maybe even get like a patron or somebody. I guarantee there's someone who's real fucking good at this.
It's 10-player co-op. It seems to be a decent amount of PvE, so it's not exactly Rust. It's more Minecraft-y. But
there's some very cool monsters in here based on the preview.
I like the Norse stuff.
Yeah.
I like Norse mythology. So that's what drew me to it. And then I saw that it was like mini player co-op and some sort of, and I like the idea of the PvE, frankly. Like in some games, I'm just like PvE and Rust. It's like, get out of here. I'm here to fucking raid. But in a game like this, it's like, oh, this could be real laid back and fun. Yeah, I'll play. I'll fill a lobby up, I'm sure, with the patrons. Those guys are always down to, jump on board with whatever we're into at the time. Yeah.
Something about survival games. My concern is that it's a big time sink. Like some games you can't play a little bit here and a little bit there. Rust is a good example, and I don't know where this one lands.
Yeah, the Forest is kind of like that. Like you need to play like 4 good solid sessions. It probably takes a good 12 hours, 14 hours to like beat the game. As it's a co-op PvE, loose story based kind of game with building, PvE combat, weapon construction, and survival. I don't know anything about Valheim other than what we've just said. I haven't seen any footage, but I saw how popular it was and that it was Norse based, and I like that shit anyways. A lot of the tattoos that I'm looking at are like those Norse fucking tattoos. I'm into that shit. So I'll play anytime, especially if we can figure out if it's a game we can take on and like nibbles and bites rather than like, all right, buckle up, boys. We got to play for 12 hours to get to the first load screen, and then we can log off for the night. Like that's how Rust is sometimes. It's like we can't quit. We're in the middle of the thing. We have to finish this, or we are left vulnerable while we sleep.
I like games where I can quit at my leisure, whenever I want to. And so hopefully this game's like that. But like I said, I just bought it, so I'm down to play. This looks like fun.
How much? Like $5-10?
$20, $19.99.
Okay.
So not too
they're getting
bad.
rich.
Yeah. Speaking of games, someone sent this to me just as we were doing the show. So Magic the Gathering made a partnership with Warhammer 40K and Lord of the Rings, and so they're going to be making cards with Warhammer 40K and Lord of the Rings themes.
Oh,
I'm going to have to jump back into buying cards if they're physical cards. I'm going to buy the Lord of the Rings set.
God damn it, I might buy some fucking cards. That's so cool. Dude, you have no I'm sure you're picturing like all of the crazy Lord of the Rings cards you come up with, and like, oh, I want the fucking Shelob card. But Warhammer 40K has some of the most overpowered nonsense you can imagine.
Good. That fits in with
like black hole grenades and stuff, like all sorts of like ridiculous over the top OP shit.
Yeah, this is going to be so cool. Like they've got great aesthetics in the Warhammer 40K universe, and obviously Lord of the Rings universe is very fleshed out and cool. That's going to be really neat, especially all of the like tribal decks that are going to come out of that, because I guarantee they'll make like a Gondorian tribal, Rohan tribal, Dwarf tribal, Goblin tribal, all of that, or Uruk-hai tribal, Troll tribal. Like they'll hopefully if they build it out that way, that'd be really really neat.
See, this kind of annoys me though, because it's like, why doesn't Lord of the Rings partner with Creative Assembly with Warhammer and make a fucking Warhammer Lord of the Rings game? Like Warhammer Lord of the Rings would be so sick.
That would be huge. So many people would buy that. I'd buy 10 copies just to support them.
I bought one.
Yeah, I'd play it a lot. But yeah, I just saw this news, and this seems pretty cool. Like, and I know Lord of the Rings, the owners of the Lord of the Rings rights or whatever, for the longest time, they were like, no, we're not selling it because we're not going to let you do anything because you've fucked it up too many times. And now, like, the new owner of the Tolkien Enterprises is letting them do whatever, apparently. Like, yeah, sure, fucking do it. Oh, you want to remake this and on an HBO show? What? Fuck it, do it. See how it goes. So what if it sucks? It probably will. I'm rich.
Yeah.
And who cares if it sucks? It's more content.
It's more content.
I just won't watch it.
I agree. Is it Amazon though, right? That's making the
Yeah, it is Amazon.
There's a lot of really big projects on the horizon, like the Halo live action thing on Paramount Plus, the Lord of the Rings thing. I think there's a Harry Potter TV show in the works at HBO. Very early though.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard about that. I'm sure that would do well. Like, everybody who's really into Harry Potter is like my age or your age now, and so like that's a big market of people who would buy that.
Yeah, Harry Potter is so good that it survived the fucking PC stuff with JK Rowling. You know, with her comments about trans people. That's how you know you got a powerful fucking product.
Like, is it Chris Brown that like beat Rihanna? People still like his music. He's pretty good at music.
That guy was the ultimate like, nah, I'm gonna keep doing it. Where it's like, hey, we know for a fact you beat the shit out of her, and you just said you did. And he's like, yeah, well, I got to make it to recording. So
Michael Jackson's another one. Where like he's like raping children, and people are like, yeah, the music was pretty fly though. Yeah. we can get over it.
That's how he gets that youthful energy for those dances.
Dude, that's how I feel like Kevin Spacey. Like, dude, he's fucking good at what he does. Feed him children if that's what he needs. Like if he needs to feed upon the souls of little boys and girls to act that well, I'm okay with it.
I agree. I look at that like a NIMBY policy. Not in my backyard. I don't want to see Kevin Spacey eating or molesting children. But as long as those, good movies keep coming
them in Hollywood.
Yeah, keep them in Hollywood, far away from, from our shores. We don't want them here. Keep them over there.
Yeah.
What about actors who were completely wrong for their part? Can you think of anyone who they just picked the wrong guy?
That guy Hayden Christensen is awful in everything.
He was
he played Anakin Skywalker.
You underestimate my power. It's like, are you farting?
He's coming back, right?
What?
He did what?
He's coming back for the Obi Wan Kenobi series. I think he's playing Darth Vader.
Interesting. I did not know that, and I'm surprised by it. But
that won't make a difference. He'll be in this, or will he be in the suit yet?
He will be in the suit.
Oh, well, then it doesn't matter.
But I think the mask is going to come off occasionally when he's like in his Vita chamber or whatever the fuck.
He'll be in the suit, but they're still getting James Earl Jones to do the voice, so it's cool.
Yeah. He'll have the voice. When the mask is off, I think you'll have Hayden Christensen's voice, and when it's on, you'll have James Earl. I'm serious.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because that's how it works. Because the voice isn't. That's not his voice. It's an amplifier. It's part of the suit.
Oh, really? I thought it was just kind of echoed because of the mask. I'd sound different too if I was wearing a mask. I thought it just did that somehow.
No, it's
a speaker of some sort that.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
It's like if Bane sounded normal when he took his mask off. Like, it would be distracting. But I guess you're right. It makes more sense.
Kyle, have you considered the new Toyota Supra for your next car? Faster than a Camaro, similar price range. Only comes in auto. Can't go wrong with Toyota.
It's way too small and it's underpowered and
he doesn't want
it's overpriced.
It says faster than a Camaro and same price range. Are you sure? I'm not sure. I just going by the.
I'm not sure either, but that's maybe there's like a newer model of it. I remember like the initial showing of it. That was my take from it. That it wasn't all that fast. It was overpriced and it was too small. And I'm wondering which Camaro, like the SS, like the V8 or the V6, or
Yeah, right. Is he comparing the two top ends, or
because I'm guessing the Supra's a 4-cylinder. I'm guessing.
I mean, if I'm going for a sporty car and it's the same, let's just assume same price, same specs and everything. Like, I would absolutely take the Camaro. Like, I don't know what a Toyota Supra looks like. But
Looks pretty nice.
Looks as cool as a.
It looks pretty nice. It's just too small, though.
So I've got some stats: 382 horsepower, 3-liter 6-cylinder on the Supra.
Okay,
That looks kind of cool, but it is a teeny tiny little car.
I saw a Jaguar F-Type in person 2 days ago, maybe 3, and that was pretty sick. It sounds real nice. Had a lot of crackle and pop to the exhaust. It sounded real nice. Looked real nice. His was red, which I didn't care for. I would want black. But no, car's going to be a Corvette or a Jag, almost certainly. It's going to be one of those.
Or a
probably.
Huh.
Yeah, the Jaguar F-Type.
Trained for a bit, and now you're back on.
I've gone back and forth. It really depends on a few things, but for that price range, 40 to 50,000, I think the two best cars, most bang for my buck, are the F-Type. They make a V8 F-Type, which is still within that price range, depending on the mileage, and the Corvette, like a 2017 to a 2018 Corvette or F-Type is kind of what I'm considering.
Is an F-Type a coupe or a sedan?
It's coupe, 2-door. Yeah.
Coupe. And am I crazy? Is it all-wheel drive? I want to say that was one.
There is an all-wheel drive version, which is kind of why I was considering it the most. I was looking at all-wheel drive cars for Denver or for Colorado in general because of the snow. Yeah. I was like, man, I don't know. I don't want a 2-wheel drive car. You know, if there's snow, I can't go out. And I was looking at all of the all-wheel drive sports cars. I don't want a fucking Subaru before anybody says it. And so like the Jag F-Type was the thing that combined all-wheel drive with styling, with performance, and was in that relative price range and wasn't like something shitty. Like
Which
the Dodge.
More comfortable on the inside. Probably the Jag, right?
I would imagine the Jag. It looks much fancier. It looks much like the materials are look better. You know, like higher quality materials.
It's still fast as shit, right? Like
it's pretty fast. There's like 3 different versions. There's anywhere from, off the top of my head, like it's like 3 to 450 horsepower or something like that, depending on which one you get. Roughly, I'm probably off a little bit. But then the Corvette is just a fucking rocket ship on rails for like the same price. Like Corvettes are ridiculously underpriced for what they are.
F-Type seems fast to me. Kyle's point of reference is a Camaro, so it's a little different than us, Taylor.
It's fast. I mean, it's probably faster than my Camaro. My Camaro is like 425 horsepower. Like it goes as fast as I want to go. I'm not looking to go fast. Like that's the thing. Like
the answer's there for you. Then you're not looking to go fast. Take the one that's probably just as fast as what you have now. And I imagine the interior of the Jag is going to be a lot more posh, a lot fancier. Probably.
It looked a little small, and it doesn't look as nice as a Corvette to me. I'm probably still leaning toward the Corvette if I'm not as worried about the all-wheel drive thing. Like I could get the Corvette and then get like a Toyota Tacoma 4x4 for like $8,000 or something like that. And like if I need to go out in the snow to get groceries or like just run to the store, like hop in the Tacoma, you know, something like that you buy one with 140,000 miles and you're like, yeah, and it'll go another 95,000 miles if I need it to, with like an alternator and a water pump or something.
If you're a homeowner, it's nice to have a pickup truck. It just seems like every so often there's something of size that you need to carry home from Home Depot or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
and I still have my Silverado, but I am so tired of putting transmissions in it that like I hope it just explodes. I've put like, I don't know how many 3, I think. Like it's a lemon. I'm hands off. I'm hands off that car. I'm not gonna fuck with it anymore. I'm tired of putting new transmissions in it and hiring mechanics to work on it. I don't know what to do with it. If I were still blowing shit up, it'd be on the chopping block.
Can you donate it to that like Cars for Kids program? Write it off your taxes.
That's not a bad idea. Something needs to be
Cars
done
for
with
Kids is a thing?
1877 Cars for Kids. donate your car today.
Yeah,
I never see commercials, but that just sounds ridiculous. It's like cigarettes for kids or alcohol for kids or other things kids
You don't
use.
give the kids a car. You donate the car, and the proceeds go to the kids.
That makes there's a step in the middle there. They leave out on cars for kids. They make it sound like they're going to put children behind the wheel. This is a charity in which 7-year-olds fulfill their fantasy of learning to drive pickup trucks. It's a mistake. I'm not.
Yeah, that would be a wildly unsuccessful charity.
1-877
Joey's
for
last
kids.
wish was to drive a Toyota Tacoma off a bridge accidentally.
But
Yeah, you're
no,
right.
no.
Those for kids
Every
commercial.
time somebody has a suggestion for a car, it's like no. Like first of all, like I'm aware of all the cars. Okay, this is you don't have secret knowledge, people about. Oh, have you heard of the Ford Mustang? It's like yeah, I've considered it. I'm not interested. Like I don't.
Can I
like
ask
the
why you don't
styling.
like? So I like the Subarus. It's quite possible I'm a lesbian. I'm open to that idea. But when I see them, I just find them appealing. What do you think about the Subarus?
If I were living in a Mad Max world where I didn't want to like get some pussy occasionally, I might get a WRX STI, right? Badass car, handles incredibly well, all-wheel
There must
drive.
be some 18-year-old who makes bad decisions who likes that car.
You could do fucking 70 miles per hour around a sharp corner in that car, and as long as you're harnessed in, the car's gonna do it. You just got to make sure you don't fall into the other seat. Like it'll do it. It's a great fucking car.
Get one of those.
It's
then.
reliable. No, it's fucking ugly. I don't want that ugly piece of shit. It's ugly. I don't want it.
It's gonna hurt
Like-
your pussy game. You think?
I-
That Subaru WRX.
Maybe I wouldn't get in it if I was a girl. I was like, you gotta. You fuck. Fuck
You
is
think
that?
the average woman walking up to your car has any idea or even looked at the logo?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. You should stop picking up girls at that mechanic union.
I don't know. Like, look, it's not like I drive a Ferrari or anything, but it's not rare for me to be like at a drive-through or something like that, and they're like, "Oh, I like a car," and like that to be a conversation starter. I'd like a nice car that I think that girls would like.
Dude, automated.
That's not my only concern. I have like 8 concerns when it comes to a car, but that is on the list. And I personally think the Subaru is an ugly car. If I were just getting something for utilitarian purposes,
Yeah.
I'd be driving a $2,000 Honda Civic, right? Oh yeah, it gets 45 miles per gallon and it gets me back and forth. It's not what we're doing here. I want performance. I want comfortability. I want reliability. I want desirability. There's a whole bunch of things that go along with this purchase. And for those reasons, it's Corvette or Jaguar. And the Jaguar is second place right now. The Corvette is just sick.
Yeah.
There have been a number of times in my recent life where people are like, "Man, isn't this ugly?" And I'm like, I think ugly might be my style, actually. I think it's cool. And here's another. I
think you asked when I like the Camaro, the Mustang. I don't hate it or anything. I just find the Camaro's styling to be superior. I just think it looks better. It's got a really nice interior, though. I think the interior of the Mustang might be better, but I like the exterior styling of the Camaro over the Mustang. And that's what, if you're comparing apples to apples, that is the comparison. It's Mustang to Camaro.
There was a period
and I guess
of time where the Mustang hardly looked like a sports car to me. I think they call it the bubble body. The Fox body was even worse. I don't know if everyone knows what that looks like. But I'm like, I can't even tell this is a sports car. It looks like mom's car to me. This is supposed to compete with Camaros and Corvettes and shit. Like, it's lame. But current Mustangs, I think, are pretty cool looking.
I think they are too. I think they're one of the best looking cars on the road. I rented one a couple years ago, drove it from Albuquerque to Denver, and had a ball in it. I actually got the EcoBoost model. Like, I rented it.
Is that the top
one? No, it's like I don't know if it's the bottom one. I think it's the supercharged 4-cylinder, maybe. Like it's but it was surprisingly powerful for what it was. It had like 6 or 7 different drive modes, like drag race mode and quarter mile mode and fucking track. And I don't know, I went through all of those, and I remember like little things stick out to me in cars. Like the steering wheel was very squishy. It was, it was leather, but it was like, oh yeah, I can feel some squish when I really grip the steering wheel. And I liked that because my steering wheel's hard.
My truck, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there are a lot of things about the F-150's interior that look okay, but if you touch it, it's like, oh, this is plastic that's supposed to be metal. This is plastic that's supposed to be leather. This is like, and it just, everything's, even though it's a high trim level, it's just not as high as you can dream up.
Yeah, I don't know Mercedes like models very well, but there's an AMG that's or something like that that's like affordable, a couple years old. It was like also in that $40,000 to $50,000 price range. Maybe it was I'm gonna get it wrong, AMG 43 or something like that. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's like a mid-sized, sporty Mercedes, and it's like, oh my god, this blows all the other cars out of the water with like the materials and the comfort level. Like when you talked about something that is made to look aluminum, it's aluminum in the Mercedes. If something is, it's like, that's wood. That came out of a tree. It's like this is aluminum. This is like not just leather, but like really nice leather. Like the stitching, you're like, oh shit, did some old German lady fucking do that by hand? God damn, that looks good. Like everything in the Mercedes looked sick.
I can't tell you the details, but you just know it's expensive to maintain, though, right? Like somehow the oil's going to cost $420 to change or something like that. Like that's what happens. You get a Porsche
more expensive than domestic. Like I don't know that it'd be like. I'm sure the Jaguar is expensive as well. My only experience, I had an XJ12 when I was younger, and that's why I got rid of it. It was time to change the spark plugs, and it was like, oh yeah, well, first of all, there's 12 of them because you've got a 12-cylinder Jaguar, but also like everything else I'd ever worked on, it was like, yeah, pop the hood, yeah, see that's your spark plug, yeah, pop the wire off. All right, you got your wrench, yeah, all right, now take it out, now put your new one in. It was like, all right, jack the car up. You got it on the lift? Great. Now drop the transmission. You had to drop the transmission to change the spark plugs. And they were expensive. And there were 12 of them. And I remember being like, could we just change the ones that are bad? It's like, no. You change them all. You don't just change one spark plug. Like that's, no, you change them all. Fuck. Can we just get rid of this thing? let's just find. I changed my mind.
Cars can be too hard to. I changed the timing belt with PKA Dan. You probably remember him.
Yeah.
And it was his wife's minivan. And I'm like, what? The motor's in here sideways? All right. So we're going to work on the timing belt by removing the passenger side tire?
What kind of van was it? Was it a Dodge?
I don't recall, actually. Yeah.
I've seen that before. Like I've blown up a minivan that had that and looked at it and like, oh, that's fucking weird, huh? It's in there sideways. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. It was troublesome. And what was fun is Dan had gone through this phase where he was changing timing belts all the time. It was like, if you told him you needed a timing belt fixed, he was all excited. It was like, fuck yeah, we're going to like, I'm so glad you have a timing belt to fix. It's my new passion, changing timing belts. All right, cool. And he had these, to get the main crank bolt, it's a big deal. Like he had a 6-foot breaker bar. And he's leaning on it 6 foot and the car's tilting. I wasn't there for this one. But like the whole car's going and they've got so much leverage. And there's like 2 grown, strongish men pushing on this thing and the bar's going and it's this like unmovable force versus this unstoppable object. I might have swapped those. And anyway, and you know, so it was this thing. And then we went to do it and I brought my brand new impact wrench, right? And this is a pneumatic. I bought it because it was good. I was working.
What is an impact wrench?
It's so it's air powered, and it looks like a drill, sort of. And when it hits any trouble, it goes it just sort of like bangs, and then sort of,
instead of continuous torque, it does this stop and load again kind of thing, where it's like bang, 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 and it does it fast. So it'd be like, brr, it's all right. So you ever watch NASCAR or something like that when they do the pit changes and they're
oh, that's what those are.
That's an impact wrench, yeah.
And
that's just so you can do it really, really fast.
Mine is good.
That's why they use it.
Yeah.
But it's also great for what Woody's talking about, like breaking stubborn bolts.
Dude,
it's wonderful at that.
We're like, all right, we're gonna see what this wrench can do. We're gonna see, it's gonna be a toughie. The wrench didn't even blink. It just goes. Zzz! It was like a NASCAR tire, and I was like, it almost took the fun out of it. Like it was, dude, I was overpowered.
My dad's got a badass electric one. It's like whenever one of those projects comes out, it's like, oh, hang on a sec. Like, goes over to the case. It's like snap.
It's like the soul at the beginning of Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. It's like, it's so fucking powerful. Like we've always had the pneumatic ones, but like I don't remember what got him into the electric one, but like someone says, oh, you want the electric one? That thing's just ridiculous, and it's. You don't got to worry about air compressor. You can do it anywhere. And it's like, yeah, it turned out it was just ridiculous because that's a use case he has often, like breaking stubborn bolts off of various things. And it's outrageous. You can hurt your hand with those. Like they can.
Yeah.
I just hurt myself.
You hurt yourself. That's funny. I have a pretty good set of pneumatic tools.
So you go, whap!
You can hurt yourself. I know you've been struggling with your wrist. Poor Kyle was just getting healed.
Really sucks.
Oh, every once in a while, like when lifting, I get this weird pain here. Like in whatever tendon this is called, where it like just gets tight for no reason. Do you ever get that, Woody?
No, not there. My bicep's been troubling me.
Yeah,
That's all I have this time.
You point to that too, Kyle. That little like
it's right. It's right
there, right
here.
Oh, it sounds like the same place.
Here. Yeah,
maybe. Oh, Kyle's is more in the back.
Yeah, it's more in the back, and it's like it's the one. It's going backwards and forwards more so than left and right. It's from being pushed too far back this way. It's wildly painful.
Do you think you heard it doing what is it called when you build a shelf for front barbell deadlifts? Squats.
I don't know how I heard this.
Okay.
It's just ridiculous though.
You got to be doing those like bend your hand back stretches and pull it down. When I had tendonitis a few years ago, that really helped me out. And when you go like this at first, you're only going to be able to get up to like here. Like, and it's going to suck.
I've been doing that. Like you said, like I thought maybe that would help. Like when I do things like get out of the tub or like move out of the bed, like things where you put your palms down and sort of scrunch your way out. Like in the tub, you put your hands on the side and like push yourself up or whatever. Whew. I use my forearms. I put my forearms on things and push down with those now. Like
with all the grace of a seal.
Yeah. I scooch around like a dog, like scratching its asshole. Because if I try to like use like this part of my hand and put pressure there, like I could press like with this part and no pain. But if it's up here to the point where it rotates the hand back, I'm in a lot of pain.
I think it would cost $100 to go see a physical therapist, and he would properly diagnose it. So like what Taylor said might be right, but I'm always cautious because half the time it's like, oh yeah, does that hurt? You need to stretch it and work it, and I'll give you some exercise. And the other half they say, oh, does that hurt? You need to rest it and ice it and elevate it, and like the opposite of
yeah.
what
I've been
Taylor
resting it and trying to like not aggravate it at all. Like I said, being mindful of not using it the way I described, like things like getting out of the tub or like just scrunching around out of bed,
push-ups with the palm down, like that'd be bad.
Anything where you're like putting pressure like on the front of your hand and it pushes the hand backwards. Like, don't do that.
Yeah.
I can push with the
So with
the
a
heel of
straight
my
wrist,
hand.
you can push pretty hard.
Yeah, that's fine because that's here. But up here where it makes the hand go backwards and it like whatever this tendon is in here when it's making it do stuff, and forward hurts too. Like if I go too far forward, like this is painful
You should
right
see
here.
a doctor.
Those are really important movements for the wrist.
Well, I mean, it hurts in both wrists, so it can't be anything too bad. They're identically painful. So
Go to the fucking doctor.
so it's not like I have some sort of aberration in one hand. It's not like a tumor, for example. They call it
Yes.
putting pressure on a nerve.
What you'd be buying is knowledge on what's wrong and how to fix it.
I'll give it another, 3-6 months. If it's still hurting,
Well, that
I might do something like that.
I too make bad decisions.
I'm gonna go to the doctor anyway. I've got a little mole on the back of my upper back.
Are you
that,
going to go to the
While I'm here.
dermatologist for your wrist?
While I'm here, can you give me a hand?
Dude, that's how I am when I go to the doctor.
Fucked up mole right back. It's like, sir, why'd you bite on the doorknob to get in here? My fucking wrist.
When I go to the doctor, I wait so long to go to the doctor that I'm like, yeah. So what are you here for? I was like, well, I'd like something for this acne. I've got a blinding pain in my wrist. Some kind of weird bump on my cock. Also, like, I think I got an ingrown toenail. You want to take a look at that? And let's refill that Adderall prescription while we're here. He's like, well, let's start with your cock.
Get the worst out of the way.
Get everything out of the way.
That appears to be a Skittle, Mr. Myers. How did that get there? Yeah. So,
Taylor?
I think you should probably stretch out your wrists. Not to the point that it hurts. I just say because it worked for me. You don't go back and you don't do that stretch where it's like, yeah, the hurt means it's working. It's just like the second you start to feel that pressure, you stop and you hold it there. And then you go down to and it worked for me with my tendonitis.
My joints are all weird. Like they all do that like go too far kind of thing. My knees will go too far too, which is
that kind of sucks. That's a little.
They go
risky.
backwards. My knees will go backwards. Like I can if I point my toe and keep going, my knee will keep going. It won't.
So you make an effort not to go past straight. Typically, like
yes.
that's a thing that you need to focus on.
Oh,
more than most.
if I ever accidentally, I could snap my knee in half.
Yeah, you
like
can't be strong backwards.
No, that's a
no.
terrible thing.
No, there's not. You're not built to do that. You're not like those aliens in that Charlie Sheen movie that have the backwards legs that walk like fucking cockroaches.
You kind of look like an emu.
Yeah. So it's like all my joints do that. Like they go fucking too far. Like my fingers do it, my wrists do it. Clearly, my knees do it. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Your toes do it in an upsetting way.
My toes do it in a way that really upsets Taylor.
That was my least favorite thing about meeting you.
Yeah.
Was you going, hey, Taylor, I told you I could walk around on this concrete floor with my toes, and you just start going, It's like, hey, this guy was pretty cool up until right now.
I love doing it because people are always like, fuck.
Because you say, like, just stop, don't do that. You're going to hurt yourself.
Did you want to do ads, Taylor? I think you're.
Yes, we will do those real quick. This episode of PKA is sponsored by Blue Chew. Say it with us, Blue Chew. Blue Chew is making waves and bringing more confidence to the bedroom by offering chewable tablets that can help men get stronger and longer-lasting erections. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Blue Chew's tablets help men achieve harder, stronger erections to combat all forms of ED, erectile dysfunction, in case you didn't know. Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. And it ships right to your door in a discreet package. No one will know. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of the licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription in a few days. The best part, it is all done online, 100% of it. Blue Chew's licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient strength for your prescription. Don't like swallowing pills? No problems there. Blue Chew's sildenafil and tadalafil tablets are chewable. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they prepare and ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Wonderful product. Fantastic product. We all love it. We love having hard cocks. PKA, $5 in shipping. That's all you have to pay. Get yourself some dick pills. It's going to be fantastic. You're going to have longer, harder, stronger erections. So fantastic news from Blue Chew. Check them out. This episode is also brought to you by Smart Mouth. Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid, awful smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think of the times you were the gross smelly one and the other person was thinking about trying to get away. You probably can't think of any examples. That's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why Smart Mouth was invented. Smart Mouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent bad breath from returning all day long. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day and you'll never, ever have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or the bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. Go to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find Smart Mouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that is smartmouth.com/PKA. So check out Blue Chew, check out Smart Mouth, check out those links below.
2 products perfect together.
Perfect. Magnifique together. Hard dick, great breath, you're getting laid. Great news. And your partner, your girlfriend or your wife is going to be so stoked on it. Kyle, you are muted.
Yeah, the way Blue Chew works is it's
I was like, why is he talking over me?
it's like a link to a doctor's office, and they'll make sure you're appropriate fit and prescribe you if they can.
Yep.
I have some Patreon questions. If you want to send us a question, just it's the $10 patron level. You also get PKN early. Link down below. So this gentleman says, has Kyle considered Oregon as a destination instead of Colorado? All the drugs are decriminalized, not just weed. Lots of inexpensive places to live, no sales tax. Great bow hunting when the time comes that he can do that again. Or Washington State. It's got no income tax. It's just so far, man. That's just literally the opposite corner of the country.
Yeah.
Like that flight is like 6.5 fucking hours into Seattle. That's like the longest flight I think I've ever been on. And 4-hour flights, like flying into Vegas, for example, I think is roughly 4.5 hours. Could be a little off on that, but I'm like, all right, this isn't so bad. Even LA, I think LA is just a little bit more than Vegas, you know, but flying to Seattle, I was like, I was in first class and I was still just like, man, I am ready to fucking get off this airplane. I'm getting fidgety here. I don't need to piss, but I'm going to go to the bathroom just to stretch my legs. Like, can we get some more booze over here? Like I'm ready to get off this motherfucker. I watched both of the in-flight movies that I gave a shit about, and there's still 2.5 hours to go on this flight. I want off this airplane. I wouldn't want to deal with that every time I wanted to come back and maybe visit somebody or do a thing. Also, that would be, moving my stuff to Colorado is already a little bit expensive, just getting the move done. Now we're like adding another like 40-50% to that at least, as far as moving costs. And I don't love those states. I've spent a good bit of time in both states. Like I've been to each of them 3 times maybe and spent, I don't know, the better part of a month there, total. Oregon reminds me so much of Georgia. It's just green everywhere and kind of a lot of city. And then we drove by Portland, and it's like the fucking scummiest city I've ever seen. It reminded me of like the whole city reminded me of Skid Row in L.A. It just
what was scummy? I don't know. How was it scummy?
I don't know. Heroin and hobos. That's what should be on their fucking flag. It's just a fucking hobo shooting up.
It was like that too when I went there. It was mind blowing how many homeless people.
So I haven't been to Philly or New York for a long time, but it wasn't so much that there's like lots of homeless being scummy. Like that's an LA thing in my head, but something about it's dirty. I think it's the climate. I think the humidity or the rain it just doesn't wash clean.
It's grimy.
It's grimy. It's super grimy. All the buildings are coated in grime. It feels like there's diesel soot on everything that is outside. You touch a tree leaf and your hand is dirty afterwards. Whereas like Dallas, and I think it's the climate, maybe just being dry doesn't collect the same kind of dirt on every surface. It looks shiny and like literally shiny, like glimmery by comparison. I was from Philly.
And as far as like all the drugs being legalized, like I don't like to do a lot of drugs or anything like that. I really just like smoking weed. We were talking about this today.
Yeah.
We were talking about this today and the patron Discord. And I was saying that like the only other drug that I've ever done that I actually liked was when I was prescribed that codeine syrup. Like if all drugs were legal and I could just go to the store and buy a bottle of codeine syrup, just kind of sip on every now and then, like if you could just take a little bit of that, put it in like some nice cognac, like
So you're drinking cognac with cough syrup?
Cognac with fucking codeine in it, right? Like, woo! One of those would put you in a real good place. It's
Maybe in the hospital.
No, look. I'm not suggesting anybody does anything, but I'm just saying, like, if I hypothetically drank a glass of very fine cognac with like some Grand Marnier, maybe, or something like that, with a little bit of some peach flavored codeine syrup, it would be one hell of a time for one little nice drink that you'd sip, you know, over the course of an hour or so, 30 minutes or something. That was good shit. But other than that, like I have no interest in like doing coke or meth or like
No,
I've got an Adderall prescription, you know, like
drugs or just pot, really. Yeah.
Yeah, just pot, you know, and mushrooms. I had terrible experience on. I don't think I want to do that ever again. I don't like getting on a ride that doesn't have an off position, or you know, there's no off switch to that. Well, whereas
for the non-drug people, how does weed have an off switch in a way that this others don't?
For me personally, like smoking weed never keeps me high for longer than 20 minutes. Oh. Like, and I mean, like my definition of high is probably different than like someone who doesn't smoke a lot. Like I should have time dilation. Like time shouldn't pass for me in the same way that it does for you if I'm high. I'm not talking about like, oh yeah, I've got a little buzz, giggle. I want some pretzels. I'm hungry. My mouth's dry. Like, no, pussy. I'm talking about getting high. like we're talking about getting fucking stoned here.
Big talk for a guy that hasn't touched pot in years. And anyone else thinking the way Kyle and I have the same tolerance right now, and he's acting like some sort of pot expert.
No, you do not. Kyle will jump right back to like even when we were at the Colorado trip, like I was more of a, you know, take a couple hits and be like, as Kyle would say, like bitch mode buzzed. Where I'm like, man, I'm feeling pretty. I'm kind of toasty. I'm kind of high, and like. I'm like ready to keep playing Magic, and Kyle's like, round 4, like just it's like okay, all right. And what you're gonna want to do here, Kyle, is okay. I'll finish it once you're done with the hit. So you want to tap? Okay, I'll take another one, I guess. And it's like, before the end of it, it's like I can't. He did this so he could beat my ass. I can't even remember like whose turn it is.
I was just being polite. All you gotta do is say no. I won't. I don't mind smoking at all. But like yeah,
I felt like a bitch. You and Chiz were ripping right through it, and I was like, are they feeling the same way I am?
No, we're not. No, we're not.
No, they're fine.
Like Chiz came to my house one time, like so he came in on the bus. I think this was for the survival trip, and so like Chiz arrives at my house like a day before, maybe 36 hours before, and then Woody's going to drive down in a day or two, and so I go pick Chiz up at the bus stop in Atlanta, and driving back to my place. And on the way back, I'm like, I got some good weed when we get back to my place, man. I know you're in Cali. I know you've got whatever you want, but I got some good weed. You know, you're gonna see. You're gonna see. And I did. I had some really good weed. I don't remember where it came from. Maybe from Cali. but like we get back to my place, and he hadn't eaten for like 8 hours. And the plan was we'll get high and then we'll eat. And I think I had went and gotten like Taco Bell or something, because that's one of my favorite things to eat when I'm just real fucked up. And we're out on my front porch, and it's me and him and somebody else, and we're all chatting. And I had a little water pipe or something like that, and I'm just bubble. I clear a whole bowl at once. I'm not sharing the bowl. Like it's not that I'm bogarting it. Like I'm gonna clean it
Everybody
repack it and hand it to you. We each get a bowl. We're not gonna share a bowl. I'm smoking the whole bowl, then you get your own bowl. So I smoke mine down, clear it, pack it, send it to him. He does the same thing, sends it back to me, clear it, pack it, do it again, hand it back to him. And I look at him, he's looking a little woozy. He hasn't eaten. He's like low blood sugar or something over there. He hits it anyway, hands it back to me, do it again. I do my third. I go to hand it back to him. He's like, no, I'm good. All right, man. So I just keep going. I'm one after another. And after a while, I realized Chiz hasn't said anything in a while. And I look at him, and he's got that sweat on his upper lip. And he's pale as a ghost.
Oh, no.
And he's just looking through me. And I'm like, dude, are you all right? You don't look so hot. He's like, that's some real strong weed. I'm like, yeah, man, I told you it was some real strong weed. You okay? Eat that burrito. He's like, I think I just want to go lay down.
Man, start up fresh tomorrow.
Yeah, he did. He's like, I'm gonna call it a night. I'm done.
I mean, you get to that point with weed where it's just like, I got to go to bed. Like I can't be up anymore. I need to go to sleep. If you're high.
Yeah, that's why I went to concentrate, is because like I got to the point where like I gotta smoke so much flower to like get time dilated high. It's like we need concentrate now to like efficiently and like cost effectively like get high anymore. And with dabs, it's like I would be in bed with my water bong, like a little water pipe. Like I had this fancy hand blown deal that was like not like crazy expensive. I'm sure people are listening that have like $1,000 fucking pipes or something, but this was this fancy hand blown thing I bought in Atlanta. It was maybe $300 or something, and it looked cool. And when you do dabs, the bowl is called a nail, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And they're either made out of titanium or quartz because you get them super hot. You take a blowtorch and you heat it up to, I don't fucking know, 500, 600 degrees, something crazy hot. And then you put your concentrate in there, do this little spinny dippity-doo thing, and it vaporizes in there and you inhale it. It's doing the same thing this vape I'm fucking hitting nicotine out of does, but it's fucking THC concentrated to 87% potency. It's crazy fucking strong. And so like I would hit that thing twice in a row, like do 2 dabs back to back and be so high that I wouldn't put the pipe down. Sometimes I would just come back to and realize I'd been holding this pipe for like 30 minutes. And like, holy shit, it's time to go again. I guess I'm awake again. Like I'm conscious. And like every now and then though, like I get so high that like my grip would like slowly be loosening. And so like the pipe, because the nail is sticking out on one end, it's heavy on that end, and that's where it will pivot. So that would swing. And so my grip loosens and the nail swings around and hits the back of my wrist, like right here. And it would go, I'm like, So, like, I'm sure there's a PKA where if you look closely, like if I do something like this, you'll see like a fucking like scab on the back of my fucking hand because I burnt the fucking shit out of myself because I got so goddamn high that like I let the thing slip out of my hand and burn the back of my my wrist.
The concentrate stuff is no joke. I remember the first time I tried that in college. I'd only smoked like flower up until that point, and someone was like, "Hey, try something on this dab rig." And like my first thought, it was at a buddy's like college apartment, where he stayed with a couple of other like really party loving guys, and like there's something more intimidating about like, trust me, it's just weed. And it's like, no, it's not. That's in a scary little container that's super concentrated. And you have a torch right there. That's sketchy. Seeing the torch is like, this feels high carbon than it is. And like, they started heating it up. And I kept like saying like over and over, like, you know, give me a very small amount. Like you guys keep talking about like, oh, this is the most powerful thing on earth. And like, I took what I thought was like, if it would have been a hit of flour, it would have been a teensy tiny little hit of flour. Yeah. And I took it, and it was maybe like 2 minutes later, like on the way up, like a minute in, I'm like, I'm fine. I'm not going to get out of control. But then the escalator didn't stop. And I was like, oh, this is my plan for the night. Like, I do not. Are you ready? Hey, you want to go out to the bar? No. If you guys are going to the bar, I'm going to go home. I'll just sit here and watch TV at your place.
It's the best. It was
nice, but it's not a good thing to do and then go out and like socialize like high on, or that high at least. At the time, I was that level of high where it's like everyone knows.
To each their own, because like I got to the point where like nobody knows. As long as I keep these sunglasses on, because if you see my eyes, you're like, ah. But like, as long as I've got sunglasses on, you're not gonna know. Nobody's gonna know, because I'm gonna be chill with it. I'm not gonna be fucking weird. I'm not gonna be self-conscious about it. I'm just gonna be blazed out of my goddamn mind, and nobody will be, nobody will have any fucking idea.
I knew a guy in college who, like, his parents were very anti-weed, and they caught him with the red, devil's dick eyes a couple times. And he, like, I was just talking to him one time, just at school. It might have even been in the library, just chatting. And like, he like popped a pill. And I was like, oh, damn, dude, like, you're staying here all night. It's like 11:15. Like, I'm about to cash out. And he's like, no, dude, that was Vicodin. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know you were into that stuff. He's like, yeah, dude, like, my mom kept like seeing my eyes all red, and so I decided, like, I'll just, my eyes don't get red if I take these. And I was like, at the time I was like, oh, okay, enjoy that, I guess. But lesson. He had an enormous amount of problems later in life due to those pills, like getting
no pills.
They were like, I don't know the terminology of the pills. It's not something I'm into, but like, they were whatever, like, the creme de la creme of the pills is, like a high milligram of oxy.
Yeah, opiates. Yeah.
But I know there's like different, like, what's it called? What's the Percocet?
I don't know the tier list, but based on name brand,
those ones aren't as like Oxycontin is like the grand poobah, the king of those apparently, and that's what he was getting. Like, yeah,
it's not something I've ever been into. Like I said, whenever I'm prescribed it, I ain't saving them. I'm taking them. I'm like, I've got permission to take these. You better believe I'm gonna chew up these Tylenol 3s and have a good old time. Codeine, I think, is the only thing I've had though, because Tylenol 3 is codeine and Tylenol, and obviously the codeine syrup, and they are wonderful, and I could see how they could be addictive, for sure. But I knew to avoid that, because I do, of course, have an addictive personality, whether it's Total War, Warhammer, fucking Harry Potter movies, or goddamn opiates. So I always stayed away from that, because I knew, so many. You could smoke weed every fucking day and you might get a cough. You do fucking opiates every day and you're going to have a myriad of health problems, and you're going to end up in rehab. There's a difference. Of course, you smoke pot every day, you might end up in federal prison. So there's
it's true, but you weren't going through like shaky, sweaty, fever balls when you were thrown into prison. They're like, this fucking pill popper, heroin addict.
No, not at all.
I'm pretty sure, like, the only withdrawal worse than like those pills is alcohol.
I think so too. Yeah, because people can die of that.
Yeah, alcohol can die of DTs. You can have a seizure, and like, even if it doesn't kill you that way, like, you have a seizure, you like fall, bash your head open or something.
Yeah, people die of alcohol withdrawal. I think that's one of the things that sometimes they'll put people in a coma so that they just skip over that whole withdrawal thing.
I've never even heard about that. That's
what Jordan Peterson did.
Really? And he was on benzos. So I think maybe that's what it is. It's not opiates. Maybe it's benzos and alcohol are the two that like can kill you if you're withdrawing hard enough.
Not something I know a lot about. I'm pretty sure that Jordan Peterson went to Russia, and they did that thing where they put you in a induced coma, so that you skip over the withdrawal part of kicking whatever it was he was on.
Psychologically, I wonder how that adds or detracts from like relapse, like I would imagine that somebody who's addicted to benzos and has to like white knuckle it through a big portion of it might be more likely in the future to be like, you know what, dude, I really want one of these fucking benzo pills. Oh, I want it so bad. Oh, but I'm remembering how I felt in that hospital bed. God, that was a whole week of like feeling like I was going to die. Nah. Whereas if it was like the artificial coma, Like,
I don't know, man.
Suffer through it is hard. I guess you had to go to Russia and pay to be put into a coma. That's
right. You're like, well, I had to spend a week in a coma the last time I was taking these. Maybe.
Fair.
I mean, I got a lot of rest, but yeah, I don't know about all that. I don't remember the first time I had concentrate. I don't remember where I got it or what. The main guy that I used to get stuff with, I remember he would have it in these big, like golf ball sized balls of it.
That's a ton.
Yeah, he would have like a golf ball sized ball of it. He's like, how much you want? I'm like, how much fucking is it? And he'd tell me or whatever the price. I don't remember what it was, like 30, 40 a gram or whatever. I'm like, yeah, cut me off 10 grams. Yeah, let's just do that. Like $400. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, and he just like take a knife and like it was so thick and like it's hard to like cut off that much, and it's good stuff. Good stuff.
It got you nice and fucking high.
So fucking high.
I can't wait for your probation to be over.
Oh, it's gonna be a celebration.
Living again.
It's gonna be a celebration. We're gonna have a good old time. I was talking to the boys. I think.
Imagine Kyle that first day of freedom, opening your door in Colorado and being like. And then just turning around and going back inside.
Yeah, I'm in a WhatsApp.
I have the option to leave if I wanted.
I'm in a WhatsApp chat with a few of the $50 patrons, and they're like, "Hey, you want to? Maybe we'll go to Top Golf." And somebody's like, "Yeah, we could do like an ATV tour." And Dirty was like, "I thought we were gonna get fucking high and chill." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Y'all can do anything you fucking want. But I'm going to watch movies and I'm going to smoke weed."
Well, we're doing the go-kart thing again.
Sure.
That was fun.
Taylor, yeah. I mean, it's not that I wouldn't smoke, but the activities sound like great fun to me. Go-karting, skiing.
I'll definitely go-kart.
What was the thing you just mentioned? We should do what?
Top golf, putt-putt, ATV
that's
tours.
fucking lame. I don't know what idiot suggested golf.
No, Top Golf is fun. It's cool.
What is Top Golf?
It's basically like everybody knows the funnest part about golf isn't the golfing. It's going to a driving range and hitting it as hard as you can with horrible form and seeing how far you can get it to go. Everybody knows this. That's all that it is. You're just standing on an elevated area, smashing balls as hard as you want, seeing how far you can get it to go. And they have I think they have little scoring systems. I have a friend who works there, and then behind you is like a really cool bar area, really cool games, like restaurant stuff. So they got an arcade in there, I think, a bunch of stuff to do.
Maybe it's fun. I want to go horseback riding in the Rocky Mountains. That sounds like fun to me.
I'll do that. I rode horses as a kid. Went to horse camp. I can ride. I'll ride a horse.
I've only done
I used to go to dude ranches as a child. I very much liked it. I wasn't good or anything. I could gallop, but they'd help me on the horse. That's my level of expertise. And I really liked Urban Cowboy.
If we do an escape room,
Urban Cowboy was a fun movie.
If we do an escape
no escape room.
We need to get a good one.
I'd go with you, Taylor. I'll do an escape room with you.
Dude, they're awful. They're awful.
I've done
what he's like,
I still get emails from that place.
Are you serious?
No, yes.
4 years ago.
Wait. Now, when you say they're awful, are you saying you hate escape rooms or that escape room was awful?
That escape room was awful. I've been to one.
It was very stupid. I've been to multiple, and it's never been something it's been my idea, but I've been brought to multiple escape rooms. One of them downtown here was actually really neat. They built it out like it was like a room in like an ancient Greek kind of thing, and you had to move this mosaic around, and then a wall opened, and you go into something they made look like a cave. It was pretty neat. The one that we did was so fucking stupid. We overthought everything. We were like, it can't be as easy as counting. It's got to have correlated numbers to the letter. And so we're trying to use a cipher, and then at one point the lady comes in and is like, you just turn the knob. Just come over here and open. They just turn the knob. And then we just left. We left on the way out. Everybody hated it.
She was like, we ran out of time. You have a time limit. And she was like, "Do you want me to show you how, you finish?" And I was literally like, "Nah, I don't fucking care. Can we just leave? Can we leave? Can we go get high? Can we go?
You sound a little bit rude.
Why would I care? Why would I care?
He didn't.
It's
He
like
didn't say
you've
it
been-
like that. He said no, thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I didn't say
hey,
no.
you've been
fucking
working on
care,
this
cunt.
puzzle for 2 hours. Would you like to see the solution? No.
It's like no, I mean, I'm the paying customer, right? It's like
Sure.
it's like you know how it ends. Like you're not gonna. Are you getting pleasure from showing me? Like I didn't care enough to try to figure it out. Do you think I care enough to sit here and watch you explain it to me?
We all saw the 3rd grade field trip complete it successfully, and you're just rubbing it into us.
Yeah, I just did not fucking care. So yeah, at this point, I think I talked to Chocolate Thunder, I talked to Dirty,
Nice.
Fish, and Ari, and I think I know those guys
good
pretty
crew.
well. Yeah, I told them
Yeah.
I told them they're welcome to come, and so like me and those guys and Chiz for sure, and you two if you want, we're gonna get a pretty big house for a week. Then after that week, I'm bringing the OG Discord boys like Scum and Mitty and like DJ and ZT if they want to come and that group of people, and we're gonna do a week at the big house.
So it's just a big version of the Patreon hangout. You're just
Yes.
people
Yeah.
after a week.
Yeah, you get a lot of value when you're a $50 patron.
Dude, if I
What
could-
can I say?
I'm gonna
And-
do everything I
and-
can to get to that first week. That sounds like a lot of fun.
So you guys could come during the week where it's like those guys, or you could come during the week where it's the other guys, you know, that like Mitty and those fellas. But I figured I'd split the two groups because otherwise it's just a huge group of people and they don't all know each other super well. Like each group is really tight with each other, but not so much with the intermixing. Separate but equal. That's what I always say.
Not a lot of cross pollination in those
Yeah,
groups.
not a lot of cross pollination. I like everybody, but you know, it not always a two-way street, you know. So like, you know, the second week, like I said, Scum, Mitty, ZT, DJ, guys like that I've known for like 4 years. Do a week with them, and Chiz is staying for the whole amount of time. Like as long as I stay, Chiz will be there. So if you guys want to come, you could do week 1 group, week 2 group, and then after that, there's going to be a reevaluation period with me and Chiz where we're going to say, all right, how much longer do we want to stay? And does anybody else want to stay for another month? Because the answer to question A, what is 4 more weeks at least. And so Chiz and I will get like a much more reasonable place that's like $50 a night or something. When you do a month-long stay on Airbnb, you can save a huge amount of money, like $1,500 a month, but gets you a really, really nice house on Airbnb. So we'll do a place like that, and I'll stay for a whole month. So I'm staying for like 6 weeks as soon as I'm allowed to leave the state.
October at the latest, right?
Yeah, I think October 8th. So like maybe on the 9th I'm free, like everything's all done, or maybe the 10th. So like 8th, 9th, 10th, something like that. And then, you know, from the 10th to the, I don't know, 45 days thereafter, I will be gone and in Denver.
It's
the
exciting.
Sunshine State.
Well, you don't. It doesn't matter to you. You'll be inside, getting high.
I'll do some activities, but look, like I always say, like the main weed is the activity enhancer.
Yeah.
As long as I can have it, I'll do anything else. So if I can get one of those vape pens, like we went and played putt-putt, mini golf. For those who don't know what putt-putt is, I don't know if everybody calls it that last time. And I had this little vape pen that you could refill. And I just had weed and something like this that you could smoke in public and nobody would smell it, or it wouldn't, because I don't like that. I was walking in my neighborhood yesterday, maybe this morning, dude was smoking a joint in his front yard, and I could smell it and I could see him, and I was just like, yo, what's up? Oh God, don't breathe. Like trying to get past this guy fucking smoking in fucking broad daylight. But yeah, I'll do anything as long as I bring a vape pen. But anything that where it's like, so we don't allow those here, or if there's no way that I could get my vape pen there, I'm not doing it. But I'll ride horses, I'll ride ATVs, snowmobiles, putt-putt, top golf, paintball, whatever, as long as I've got a vape pen.
Paintball would be fun. But yeah, top golf's a good idea. That's a good thing to do with the group. I'm so down to go hit golf balls and get drunk. Top Golf.
Do you golf much? It sounds like you like golf.
Never.
Maybe I'm okay.
No,
Maybe it's just.
I have fun at driving ranges.
I've been to a driving range before, and it wasn't any fun at all. It was just you just hit the ball, you watched it go, and then you did that again.
I like it too
because it's fun. It's like I'm not good at golf, but like I know how to swing, and it's like I hit it, and it's like okay, that was pretty bad. You readjust, and you can see yourself getting better at it as you're going, and then dramatically worse once you get to like too drunk.
We got into it when I was like maybe 16 to 18, something like that. And we would go to pawn shops and just get progressively more expensive drivers. Like I don't have any clubs. I've got a driver.
One driver.
And you know, we would just fucking crack balls in the field, and we go to the local driving range and just knock the fuck out of them. And it's a very satisfying sound and feel when you hit the sweet spot, just like baseball. Mm-hmm. When you hit a baseball just right, it's a very nice feeling, and it feels so good. It's like, oh man, I creamed that fucking thing. I hit it right in the sweet spot, and it sounds really cool. And golf is similar in that way. It's like when you hit one nice and straight and just right in the sweet spot, and it fucking sails out there. It's very satisfying.
That sharp sound when you hit the golf ball just right. It like sounds like you're powering up. It's like a tinny, loud sound, but you need to be good at golf to get that sound. So I don't hear it often.
I was gonna say maybe it's less fun for me because I'm so bad. I like my swing. You know how if you swing it right and you sort of finish up high, if you're bad at it, it almost swings behind you like a baseball bat.
Yeah,
I'm closer to that.
I discovered after a good bit of practice, because I never had a teacher or anything, that taking like 25% off my swing made me so much better. Like
it'll go further sometimes just focusing on form instead of like Happy Gilmore crushing it.
Yeah.
Like at the time I was a long time, I was in my 20s, and I was a pretty athletic looking guy, and some fat dude who must have been 67 was crushing it. And I'm like, is this even a sport? I could beat this guy in any other sport, I'm sure of it. But he's killing me. Knock off.
He does that maneuver 50 times, an hour while he's there. So
Did you guys follow the Tiger Woods thing?
Not since the first day. What's new?
I read his statement, and apparently, like, his legs, the way he said it, the legs were pretty fucked up. It was like,
they got a rod in it.
With a series of rods and screws and pulls, and also we had to do surgery on soft tissue because some of the muscle was so smashed. It had to be like, that's a serious fucking wreck.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't sound like he's going to be playing golf anytime soon.
Maybe he's one of those guys who had his body insured for some not that he needs money, but like maybe he had his ability to not to golf, whatever, some body part insured for some ungodly amount of money. Because I can't think of where I've heard that before, but I've definitely heard like maybe a pitcher or something like had their arm.
I bet Taylor can fill it in, but there was a hockey player, and I think he lost an eye, and he had a lot of insurance. It covered him, and it turns out that one-eyed, he's good enough to get back in the NHL, and he had to repay or lose a ton of insurance money that they paid out to him. He lost his eye in a hockey game, got the insurance, made it back into the NHL, and had to return. It was a bad financial decision to be a professional athlete, but it's what he wanted.
I didn't know that.
I would not think you could be a pro athlete with one eye in. The only sport I could think was maybe it's sports where you close an eye, like target shooting or
Darts.
something. I think you need both eyes. Well, the distance doesn't change, so but like anything where you're like hitting something or catching something or throwing something, I think you need both eyes.
Oh yeah, I mean he plays for one of the worst teams in the league. He plays for the Chicago Blackhawks right now.
Who are you talking about?
The guy one-eyed man. His vision in one eye, Carl Soderberg. Apparently a high stick detached his left eye retina when he was 21, and he still has played in the NHL since 2012.
There's more than one. I sent a link. Did I send it? No, it didn't.
Well, that doesn't have to do with hockey.
No, it doesn't. Let me send it. That was a topic. I don't like it, though.
Yeah, I didn't even know Carl Soderbergh's.
So Brian Berard, he played for the Rangers, and he had a devastating eye injury. And yeah, the insurance companies, the way I remember it, he had to pay it back, but they wanted $18 million back from him because he didn't lose his ability to play hockey.
No, that's trash. He lost an eye. Give him a break.
I don't know. I'm scanning to figure out what happened. He lost it while playing for the Maple Leafs, losing sight in his eye. He signed a waiver agreeing to repay the money and was barred from ever attempting to recoup it. Yeah, so dude, he had to pay the money back.
Yeah, that sucks. He shouldn't have to. Maybe he should.
Yeah, right? I mean, I feel like you're like, you know what? As an act of kindness, I'm going to give this guy's money.
I'm going to let fuck that insurance company. They got enough.
Right?
It doesn't have enough. That's an NHL player. Yeah. Dude, I was watching last night on stream, just kind of wild hair up my ass kind of idea. I'm like, you know what? There's a Blues game. Mm-hmm. I'm going to stream myself watching it and talking to people, and enough people like hockey in my chat that they'll watch it on their own stream or something. And so we did that, and I was like bitching the whole time. We got smashed by the King. Well, it's only 2-1, but the Blues look terrible. They're half team because they're so injured. And I was bitching on there like, dude, they'd be doing better if it wasn't for fucking all their good players being out. And now we're dealing with, one of our last NHL level defensemen, Scandella, back here. He wouldn't be on the team if we had a full lineup. And then like 2 minutes later, some guy on their team takes a big shot, ring around the boards, deflects off one of our guys' sticks, and hits Scandella in the face. And he goes down, is bleeding all over the ice. And then he immediately goes to the locker room, and it's like, now we're just out of NHL defense. Just like I was trying to commentate, and so when one of our lines that still people who can play, I was like, oh, Perron top of the point, back to O'Reilly down to Parade, whatever it was. And then the other ones I was trying to commentate, and I'm like, 53. Who the hell are these people? Really well, but who the fuck is who? I was like Googling people, I had no idea. But
sometimes call-ups overperform though. I don't know. It's a while ago, but when I used to watch the Flyers and there was a call-up, I'm like, dude, that guy is given 100% tonight. That guy is trying to earn a spot on the fly. This is an opportunity of a lifetime for him, and sometimes they do well.
True, yeah, because they are going balls to the wall 100%, as would anyone. But just the problem is sometimes, trying really hard isn't enough. It's like, there's a reason that you're 26 and still playing for an AHL team, because a middling NHL middle six player just made you look like a fool. Like just some guy with no wheels just blew by you. So, yeah, season's going bad at this point. Colorado's not doing too well either. Blues and Colorado have been slipping, but they'll bounce back before the end of the year, as long as I don't know what's up with Colorado. Maybe they.
I'm looking for them playing each other. That's what.
Yeah, finally, if there was some COVID thing that bounced them away from each other for 2 months. So I don't know when they play again. Let's see. Hopefully soon. The Blues need to bounce back. Actually, no. Hopefully not soon, because Colorado's a good fucking team.
But do you want the Blues to bounce back or get a draft pick?
They're not going to suck bad enough to get a good draft pick, so I'd rather them bounce back.
Really? The way you tell it, they're awful. They're an AHL team.
But see, they won't be an AHL team the whole season. Once the team comes back, they'll win enough that, they'll get a middling pick.
It's March, though. It's not literally March, but it's, almost March.
I think there's, what are we, 20 games into the season? So there's 34 games left. So 36 games left. So there's good time to see.
Okay.
We'll see. I'm just happy hockey season's back. It's given me so much more content to watch. It's great.
I've been watching Mission Impossible a bit lately. Kyle said it was, I don't want to misquote him, but something like the best action movie series that exists or something. It was high praise.
That's it.
So I was like, I don't think I've seen them. And I checked it out. I saw Ghost Protocol. Good stuff. I enjoyed it.
The one with Henry Cavill is real good. He's got a mustache. It's the infamous mustache that caused the
Superman
Justice League to have the Uncanny Valley CGI mustache removal nonsense.
Is that a recent one? I guess it would be.
It might be the most recent one. Tom Cruise and Henry Cavill have a fight on board a helicopter where they're just like inside the helicopter and under the helicopter and just.
I'm sure it's wild. Good, but that sounds like a bit of a mismatch. In real life, my money's on Henry.
Yeah, mine is too. Henry's a big boy and younger and fitter, but Tom Cruise climbs a rope. The helicopter's flying, and Tom Cruise is on a rope underneath it, and he's really, I'm sure he's attached, of course, with safety cables, but he's climbing a rope under a flying helicopter in midair and climbs in, and it's just like, oh my God. He does not need to be doing this. He is doing this for love of the game, man. Like this is like
it impresses me when they do that. There's two that I have in mind. Apparently, Keanu Reeves actually has some noteworthy martial arts and what I'll call gun fu skills. Right?
Absolutely, he does.
Actually good at that. Tom Cruise, I saw him skydiving, and he did a skydiving thing with a chubby late night host.
Jimmy Kimmel.
Nope, blonde
the
hair,
other one
sings well.
Yeah, I don't watch any of that shit.
But he does carpool karaoke. People don't know who James
Carville?
That's a political dude.
Yeah, exactly. He's the Raging Cajun.
I'm just gonna search. James Corden.
That's it.
And anyway, James Corden, not a skydiver. Tom Cruise, clearly a skydiver. Like he had
Halo jumper.
Okay, he had all his own gear. He knew, like, I don't know how to put it into words, just how comfortable and experienced he was in that situation. But apparently, Cruise has thousands of jumps.
Motorcycles too.
Okay, yeah, and
he's a pro rider. He's a pro runner. He's a pro skydiver, climber. He's a fighter.
He's a stunt man. And there are people who do their own stunts, and sometimes that means they do the easy stunts. I do my own fake fighting at a bar with tons of cutscenes, and it's a different thing than I jump from building to building. I'm the skydiver. I am the dude on the cables running outside of a skyscraper. That's a different thing.
Hanging onto the side of that airplane. Did you see that one?
Yes, he did that. So to do I don't know. I would be one of those I do my own stunts, meaning I'm the guy that slid across the hood of that car.
Yeah.
That's a different level than what Tom Cruise
I don't like Tom Cruise. I don't think I would want to be in a room with him other than just to say I've been in a room with Tom Cruise. But I don't think that I would choose to be friends with Tom Cruise other than whatever benefits you get from being friends with Tom Cruise. But him as a person, I don't think I would like him.
I'm halfway there.
I think I would hate him.
I bet he's very charismatic. I bet he can tell a story.
If he wants to be, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet he's weird. I think the Scientology thing is a creepy fucking cult that he is neck deep in. I think he's real weird about women. I think he's an odd little man.
I'm open to the idea. Oh, there was more. Do you want to
finish? I want him in my movies. I love his movies.
I think that Scientology... obviously a terrible deal if I join it, right? I'm one of those guys that gives all their money. Maybe it's a good deal if you're Tom Cruise.
Great deal for Tom Cruise.
If you're at the top of the food chain, I mean, Scientology provides your lawn mowing service and your maids and your this and your that.
They got him all of his women, right?
I did not know that. No.
Yeah, like they find those women for him, like
Katie Holmes.
Yeah. They groom those. They groom those women and pick them out and she's a fit for Tom. Okay, so she'll be in New York and we'll get Tom to be here and they set the whole thing up and put the pieces together for Tom. Yeah.
Katie Holmes was on my list. I've talked about how Emma Watson I think is one of the better Hollywood women. And Katie Holmes was on that list too. I always thought she was really cool.
I think she's got resting retard face. She's got her eyes are just dumb. I don't know. She looks like she got Terry Schiavo face or something. I don't find her to be. Look, she's pretty. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I've seen the topless photos of her when she's wearing that weird strappy thing and she's got a pretty face, but she's got dopey eyes. something about her face, and she's like, I don't know, kind of she's just got kind of a dumb look on her face all the fucking time. I thought Nicole Kidman was beautiful. I'm a big fan of Nicole Kidman. That was maybe his first wife. I know they were married for quite a while.
So it's funny. I never saw it until you said that, and I'm showing pictures to everybody. Mm-hmm. Mostly they're posed. She's very pretty. I mean, even at our level, we've spent. God, what have we spent? 3,000 hours in front of a camera at this point. You know what you look like. You know your angles. You know your whatever. I'm sure she's there. But there are a few like candids where it's like, oh yeah, she has some sort of like unattractive, weird resting face thing. It's not great.
Yeah, she looks dopey. And I don't think she is dopey. She seems intelligent, talented, beautiful, fit, all the above. But she's also, if we're talking about like Tom Cruise kind of is picking his lady or being assigned one by the Church of Scientology with their resources, could have done a little better, I think.
He knows what he did. He grabbed Katie's best 12 years and then cast her aside.
Have you seen that chart of when he gets with these women and when he dumps them?
Is that Cruise's or DiCaprio's?
Yeah. Oh, shit. That's right. I think it's both. I think they both have similar patterns.
Okay.
I think it's like...
DiCaprio's the one who doesn't go over 25 ever.
Yeah,
it's hilarious. 25 is pretty young. Like, you can't stay with a girl very long if you don't want her to pass 25.
That's what his relationship.
Well,
like as long as
it's on your morals.
19, 20, 21, 22,
10, 15 years.
I wonder if his ideal range will change as he ages, right? Like I just think at 48, 18-year-olds are literally uninteresting children to you at that point, mostly. Like, there's going to be exceptions, I suppose, but...
There's an interesting, like, survey, or I don't think it was a study, or like self-report survey that showed it was about, like, perceived level of attractiveness and desirability. And what they found is that women pretty consistently, want someone a few years older than them throughout life until you get to, like, 50s, and then like even a 65-year-old woman's like, yeah, I don't want a 68-year-old man, I want a like younger guy. Mm-hmm. And so it shows like there's like a curve like this, and it kind of goes back down again a little bit. And the guys, every single age prefers like 21. Like every single age. It's like, oh, what's the ideal age range for you, Mr. McGillicuddy? You're 81. Oh, 21. Then it just shows it's like a pillar, like a straight line. It's like, oh, 35-year-olds actually prefer 20-year-olds. Interesting. Like it's so funny to see. It's evolution, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, yeah. It's the fertility years. Yeah. You know, though, if it were straight up a function of fertility, what would the year be? Would it be 16?
I tried to stop him.
No, I'm going bio here. Society says...
I don't know, Woody. What age would you prefer for fertility?
It's not about me and my preferences.
Oh, it is now.
Well, I guess they get fertile at 12.
Peak's probably around like 18, right? What's peak female?
I don't know. It's probably 16, man. It's probably 15, 16.
Late teens and early 20s.
Why would an 18-year-old be more fertile than a 15-year-old? It seems like the 15-year-old has the freshest eggs.
I have no idea. No, like it is clearly like growing into being fertile, right?
Right, so day one's not their best day, right? Like if women become fertile at 12, I don't think that's their best.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know. But because that's...
You don't think their first egg might be their best?
Maybe. I don't know. But that site said late teens.
This one says after puberty, female fertility increases, then decreases. And that ties into peaking at late teens, early 20s. I'll look for another source.
Decreasing probably like 30, and
I think ISIS has some good paperwork on this.
They have a
couple studies.
The Mormons, I think, are the way to go.
Well, the Mormons have the more the merrier kind of policy. They're like, who cares? Just get 5 or 6 and spaghetti on the wall.
I found another site that says 18, but I'm very suspicious that it happens to be like the first legal adulthood year is their most, like, you know what? It really is pretty great at 18.
Hey, let's figure this out. What is peak female fertility in England?
I want to know where it is in like American Indians, right? Like that's the whole no rules. Because am I crazy? I want to say that they pair up at like 14 and have babies at 16. In like I'm talking about 300 years ago.
On the reservations?
No, like before Europeans came to America.
Ah, well, they had a life expectancy of like 30 years probably, so probably for the best.
For millennia, women have been getting pregnant and bearing children in their teens and early 20s. Not much different from the Krapina Neanderthals living in the northern... Well, that's not fucking helpful, dude.
I have a new thing.
Give me a number.
Guys, I guarantee it's like immediately after puberty.
Here's a counter argument. In their early teens, girls have irregular ovulation, resulting in irregular menstrual cycles. But by age 16, they've established regular ovulation and regular periods, etc. It sounds like women get a little better at making eggs
consistently, but that still doesn't answer like when they are most fertile, when their eggs are the best. I think that's the real question. Which egg is best egg? The brand new egg that we just dropped? That first one.
Oh, new egg just dropped. Yeah.
I found 2 more sites that both say 20s. I am still suspicious that they're trying to be politically correct.
There might be a little bit more here.
Look, it's
scientific stuff.
I'm not trying to be gross here or weird. I'm just saying, like, with my limited knowledge of female reproduction, it just seems like, why wouldn't that first egg be the best egg? Because I do know this. This I do know. The final few eggs.
This I do know.
This I do know. The last half dozen eggs are shit. You don't want one of those.
They're rotten eggs from the get-go.
Those eggs have been sitting on that, you know the shelves, how the fridge has those like that one egg shelf. Some of the older fridges where you can actually have something. They've been sitting in the back of that motherfucker for 40 fucking years. She's 57. This is her last one.
That's a loser of an egg.
That's a loser of an egg. That kid's
egg.
gonna have all kinds of fucking issues.
No, that kid won't have issues. It won't make life.
This is where the origin is. The last one's a rotten egg. This is probably what they're talking about.
And the history of that thing comes from women becoming useless after the final egg has passed through.
That's what I'm basing this whole theory on, really, is that, like, if the final few eggs are garbage eggs, then, and I'm not basing that on some sort of like jokey, like sexism or something like that. It's a known thing that like women who conceive in their later years, those eggs produce offspring with issues.
Although a woman in her 40s may still be ovulating, the eggs are of poorer quality. As a woman ages, the percentage of her eggs with genetic abnormalities will increase. This leads to a decrease in fertility, an increase in miscarriage, and an increase in having a chromosomally abnormal baby, like Down syndrome, if pregnancy does occur. There are exceptions to every rule, and it's scary, but keep in mind, one day you'll run out of eggs. Well, I won't.
Yeah, I won't. Not my problem.
I use egg beaters.
Just like every guy in that survey, we can just hard scope 21. You know the best thing about college girls? I keep getting older. And just some 81-year-old fucking creep.
That's Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah. I was fucking 16-year-olds before it was cool. That's like, Matthew, you shouldn't say that. No, it was in England. It was cool. It was fine.
Mr. Clinton, was it on an island?
I also like Lincolns. I'm just
So Male fertility declines in their 40s, and it drops 1 to 2% a year. I feel personally attacked.
Oh, so you're down
Lucky you.
minus.
Yeah, I guess I'm not
Lucky
peak anymore.
I
No problem.
wish I could find a way to
You swap.
increase my fertility.
Well, just get a vasectomy. Why don't you just chemically castrate yourself?
Okay, that's different.
I know.
All right,
You just
that's
show
different.
up, Al shows up all fucking
Dude,
weird.
I watch More Plates, More Dates videos all the time, right? And one thing he says, he's like, guys get on TRT and they act like it's this crazy super duper thing. But we constantly chemically castrate like teenage girls all the time. And it's just normal. And I'm like, damn, I never looked at it through that lens. We do just chemically castrate 15-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and no one blinks an eye.
For what? When do
This
we
is
do
birth control pills.
Oh, yeah.
See, now,
Yeah.
but look at it through that lens. They just chemically
Yeah, you're completely
castrate.
altering the hormonal system of a human being, and it's like basically over the counter at this point with the birth control. Like you can, it's just handed out willy nilly, and it's seen as a thing. It's just like sex toys, It's like yeah, I've got a sex toy. I'm empowered. What about you? You got one? Yeah, but don't tell anybody. I don't want anybody to laugh at me. It's like come on.
That's a
Come
good
on.
parallel. Yeah.
Way different than, and yeah, like there's a reason. Like every girl I've ever talked to, you've ever talked, when they're like, oh, I was on a birth control once that made me fucking crazy, and I had to get it. Every girl has a story like that where they got birth control. It makes them crazy, or it makes them feel out of the loop, like foggy minded, something, and it's like
Depressed.
yeah, that's because you are changing enormously important hormones in a serious way. Like you need that to be on balance in a lot of ways. Of course, you throw that out of the loop, you're not going to feel good.
I don't know if we had kept experimenting, if we would have found something that worked for Jackie, but she basically had morning sickness all the time. Birth control pills had that impact on her. So she's like throwing up and sick and it's nauseous, and she had like nonstop morning sickness. And we're like, well, this isn't for us.
Yeah. It's not for us either. I'm going to roll the dice still.
The IUD seems to be the way to go if you're not going to get tubal ligation.
Yes.
The tube tie is dangerous. Way more dangerous than vasectomy.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think there's a
Really, the orthoscopic surgery is more dangerous than an insertable device?
Oh, no, I was saying then vasectomy.
Oh, then a vasectomy.
The two
Yeah, that too.
surgeries. Yeah, the vasectomy is a lot more kind of, hop in, do it, and get out.
Yeah, because your balls are external, right? They're already out there to work on, whereas they go in through the belly button with a tubal ligation.
I didn't even know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
That would be nerve-wracking to have your scrotum cut open. I don't think
They make a very tiny cut, and they go in with the again orthoscopically, the little things in the camera, and do the thing. That it makes that noise. I guess I want one, like a vasectomy, but god damn it if I don't really want to do it.
Just pull and pray.
Ooh.
I just get a kick out of the idea of being really crude with the description, right? Like, what's your birth control plan? I come on her face.
Yeah, I try not to bust inside.
Sometimes they're tits, sometimes they're belly button, but my kinks are mine, and now you know.
Yeah, it's always for safety. I always come in the tittle region. Can't get pregnant there.
Small of her back,
Small of her back, unsuspecting on her face while she's asleep.
It's just like oh, that is what the pull-out method actually means. Like,
I think that's a crime.
I think it literally is a crime.
No. 9 years ago, I got blanket consent to do that sort of shit, and it holds up in court.
Literally a crime. Literally a crime.
I don't think so. Not a sure crime.
Cliff Hutchinson
I wish
says
that
it's
worked
fine.
in the court of law.
Man.
No, Your Honor, my client insists what he did was legal.
Well, if he insists.
Now this is
Holy
why
fuck,
he.
this works.
Now,
God damn it, Yosemite Sam. I'm glad I hired you and not that Jew.
if the load is thick, you must acquit. You know, then and he was taking. These are ropes of love showing to his.
Literally.
Ropes of love. So IUDs last longer than I thought they did. I thought there was a 5-year cap, but I see some of them are good for 7 and 12 years, which is like a pretty good chunk of life.
It's a very long time.
If you're like, we use this from 30 to 42, then like
I can feel it though. Like
You don't want those.
I can feel it. It feels like there's one of those fish lures that has the little dangly plastic things. It's literally that in there. You can.
And you don't want that because you don't want to be feeling plastic with your penis.
Yeah. It's not ideal.
No. And it's
Diaphragm is also rather uncomfortable.
But like none of them are perfect.
one of those.
Except Pull and Pray, which of course is without flaw.
Pull and Pray, so far, 100%.
I every day I say a little prayer to.
That's why it's
Dark
working,
Lord.
actually.
Yeah, I say a little prayer to the Dark Lord that
I
you're
do the
infertile.
pull, you do the pray. Just keep throwing that one up to the Dark Lord. Keep until I want a kid. And then, man, it'd be kind of funny if I was sterile this whole time.
Kid question, Taylor.
Yeah.
So let's say, you do decide that it's time to have kids. What is your target family? Do you want 3, 1, 5, boys and girls, all boys, all girls?
I haven't given. I definitely want 2 or 3 kids.
Okay.
I wouldn't want 1 because all my friends who are only children were like, oh, you don't know how lucky you were to have brothers and the stuff to like hang out with and do things with. Like I was so fucking bored all the time. Like I have 2 of my very close friends. We're both single children and they got married and now they're my age and they just had their 3rd kid. Like they wanted to have a big family because they both really, really despised like feeling alone and not having siblings. So at least 2, 3 might be ideal depending on how life's going. So I'd say 2 or 3 would be that. And I want at least 1 son. I don't care if it's a son and 2 girls.
A man-child.
You're like, I don't need any girls, but I need 1 boy. I have that right?
Yep. Yeah,
So
I need at least 1 boy.
I will settle between 1, 2, and 3 boys.
Yep. I'll settle for that. I'm fine with it. And it's like, apparently it's the man's sperm that determines the sex of the child. And so
I like to believe that the woman has chosen. You gave her a billion choices.
Yeah.
And it's really her fault.
Isn't that funny back in the
you
day?
should behead her.
It'd be some king who's like, you've given me another daughter. And it's like he's pumping nothing but lady semen into her and getting pissed off.
Statistically improbable. She should have chosen the male sperm.
Yeah. What the hell, ladies? Get it together. So I'll just need to like tell my wife at the time to be like, just focus. Take your boy. Focus. Make it a son. Give me. I'm like.
I don't know if I told. We have George Foreman, who's oddly a girl. She's having a baby brother, and Jackie's pretty excited about it. Yeah.
Will you be watching the baby brother often, or?
Yeah, I don't know the exact schedule over that, but at some point we'll be watching the 2 of them.
Does Jackie enjoy it a lot?
Yeah, she's all about it. I don't know. She's born for that.
Is it nice? Because I'm sure you're are you very disinterested? Like, not just it, just like it's not really on your radar. Kind of like, oh yeah.
I get to engage and disengage as I see fit, right? So if she's this sparkling, like happy child, she calls me Uncle Woody. Uncle Woody, and I pick her up and I shake her and I hold her by her feet and I throw her across the room on the couch and she's laughy. And then when I'm done, I'm like, here you go. You know, all riled up. It's on you. This is I am every now.
Like, I was trying to play and I heard her. It's your problem.
If she's cranky or whatever, that is just 100% a Jackie thing. I slice off the frosting of that cake and let Jackie do all the work.
That's the best way. That's exactly what I would be doing.
Yeah. Every once in a blue moon, there's I actually have to help, but that's. I mean, it probably, it hasn't happened 2021, to give you an example of how common that is.
Not to be March.
Yeah. But.
It hasn't happened this year.
So, I just, whatever, chip in when I feel like it.
I was, this is a different thing, but I was watching, Joe Rogan clips on YouTube where he was having, fitness guys talk about lifting and different strategies and thoughts and that. And of course, you know how YouTube autoplay is. It gets you into the weeds. And before I know it, I'm lifting and I'm hearing Joe talk to some guy about the carnivore diet of which is literally just you eat nothing but meat. And it was funny. There's a couple different clips because I got fascinated with it.
Did it make him more aggressive, Taylor? Did it make him aggressive?
Yeah, make him more. No, Joe, you fucking lunatic. Yeah, and the first guy I was talking to was all about and you don't even need vegetables and you don't need this and what you need is meat. You just need to balance the kinds of meat you have. You need the right saturated fat. You need blah, blah, blah. And of course, Joe is usually a sounding board and it's kind of that's interesting. Okay, tell me more about and then there was another one where he was talking to someone who's yeah, I mean, I guess if it works for you, but it doesn't really make any sense at all. You know, I'm a real dietitian. This doesn't make any sense. And Joe's it's he clicked for him. He's yeah, broccoli's not going to hurt you. Would it ruin your whole day if you put a little broccoli on the plate next to the meat? Really, and it was just that kind of dumb Joe Rogan simplicity where it's yeah, this shit doesn't make any sense. And his the big oh, this works for someone was Jordan Peterson. He's now this worked for Jordan Peterson. It's no, probably not. Probably not. You know, this guy was having problems with things before that, and he probably still is continuing to now. There's no way that switching to all chicken and just excising asparagus from your diet is making tremendous gains for you. It doesn't make any sense. Even this
Did
pop
he claim the carnivore diet brought his hair back? Am I right on that? It cured his autoimmune disease and caused his hair to grow back. Are you familiar with Jordan Peterson's hairline?
Yeah, I don't know about the hairline. I would assume that's because he was made a ton of money and he's just putting it back. But the autoimmune thing I did hear, Joe mentioned that, and I just don't believe it. I believe that maybe getting rid of processed carbs got rid of some of his inflammation and feelings of soreness or pain or whatever. That makes sense. But really, it's the meat. Getting rid of sweet potatoes and Brussels sprouts and green beans did this. Really? No, there's no fucking way. Stopping eating chips and Popeyes did this. So I guess not even I guess they could eat Popeyes if they peeled all the good parts off.
Yeah, get some grilled Popeyes. No, I don't care if it's a fucking miracle cure. There's no fucking way I would want to just eat meat and animal products. What?
How much would that fuck up your GI tract too? Eating, and it's not even just animal products.
You don't adjust to it. At first, you'd have diarrhea continuously, but you'd adjust to it after a while. I'm sure. But the thing would be I don't know. I like salads a lot. I like a spring salad mix with some vinaigrette or something like that. It's really filling. It's tasty. I like that. I like carbs. You know, like sweet potatoes and rice. And
carbs rock.
Fucking beans and bread and pasta and those things are you. I think you need those things in your diet for
even
a balanced
the other
diet.
carbs, like the fruits, the grapes, the melons, the pineapple.
All that shit. I'm sure there's an answer for everything, but I would question where do you get your vitamin C?
Yeah.
Where do you get some really important nutrients and micronutrients and vitamins if you're only eating animal products? And I'm sure there's answers to those. We'll see. Bone marrow is full of vitamin C, and it's shit. Well, okay, I guess give me a heaping portion of bone marrow then. But it's I'd rather just eat an orange. You know?
That tastes better anyway. I'd assume.
Yeah, I was thinking I'd have some grapes, but or some blueberries or whatever for these
it just doesn't pass the smell test. It doesn't pass the smell test whatsoever. Like, I feel like maybe it's too extreme. Like, maybe Jordan Peterson was eating absolute shit and trash, pizzas all the time, and then just goes whole hog into carnivore and now attributes all of his successes to dropping the processed sugars instead of, like, the meat.
Like, if you watch
dropping the processed
what's
sugar.
his name, Tennyson on YouTube, he does this a lot. He tests out various diets. He's done the carnivore diet, I think maybe even for a whole month, at least a week. He does that a lot. He's like, he'll have videos like,
What's his name? Tennyson?
His last name's Tennyson. He's I don't know, in his 20s, real ripped guy, like not like overly ripped. I think he's natural. He does like workout stuff, a lot of diet, nutrition information, some cooking stuff. Slips in some like dirty jokes while he does it. Kind of fun. Involves his family. His mom's real fit, and she's like in her late 40s. No, maybe 50s or something like that. Like, she's an older lady, very fit, like, but anyway, he'd be like, yeah, I cut out all refined sugar for a month, and this is what happened. And, he'll show like what happened to his weight or his body composition throughout that time. But he does that with a number of things. Like, maybe he goes Atkins, or maybe he goes carnivore, or, just cutting out or adding in various things. And he'll do fun videos that are like 20,000 calorie cheat day. He's friends with Greg Doucette. They do some content together. I like him. I can't think of his first name. It's
Will Tennyson.
I was about to say Will. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on his channel.
Yeah. Nice guy, seemingly. I like that he slips in some like dirty jokes and stuff, like some self-deprecating humor while he's like, going through his groceries or his eating or his workouts or whatever.
What did he say about carnivore? Do you recall, or did you not watch it?
I didn't watch it. I frankly don't give a shit about those videos. I usually watch if he's cooking something or if he's doing like something that I'm into specifically, like let's see how he feels about this, or I've watched a few of his workout videos to see, like, because he's got a great physique. He's got really good, he's low body fat, probably, I don't know, striking distance of single digits, probably 12, 14%, somewhere in there, I guess. And it seems like a lot of those like fitness influencers are short guys. Like, it seems like many of them are little guys.
Helps you look wider and broader if you're shorter.
I think it's a lot easier to have a really sharp physique when you're shorter too. I like maybe your muscle inserts are more impressive, or like Greg Doucette, for example. I think Greg's a little guy.
5'6".
Holy shit! Wow. Are you kidding me?
He's 5'6.5", but he calls himself 5'6", which violates the rule. You're supposed to round up. But.
Yeah, round up. Go for the 5'7".
Wow, I thought his girlfriend was like 6'1" or something like that. I guess she's just a regular sized lady.
I watched a lot of Doucette content. He's mentioned it a bunch of times, and they also measured his height on he had a DEXA scan, so it was pretty accurate.
DEXA.
Okay. Yeah. I think
a lot of them are real short guys.
A couple things. I think that, like you said, like their muscle insertions just look a little better. They don't tend to be string beanie when they're short guys. And also, I feel like fitness model, bodybuilder type thing where you don't compete against other men, like, it lends itself to that sport. So if you're an athletic person, if you're Jeff Nippert or you're Greg Doucette or whatever, you're going to struggle in swimming or, a lot of sports where tennis, basketball, like
football might work for those guys. Like I'm always impressed by like the little running backs who are like small enough to fit through holes and stuff like that. The speedy guys who are just powerhouses of compact fucking tissue.
Yeah, maybe there's a position in football where they could pull it, or they could succeed, like you said. But by and large, like some guy who's 6'3", even though he's a little more lengthy in the biceps and doesn't have the same peak, is just can do more athlete shit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just think, I think it's easier to have an impressive looking physique when you're that size. My wingspan is like 74 fucking inches. It's hard to put on enough muscle that it looks like anything. Whereas like if your wingspan is like 60 inches, which it's like, holy shit, wow. It's like, well, you know, I'm Lil.
If you took my cheesy bicep, you can't even see it, and shrunk it to a 5'6" person's arm, it might be cool.
Oh shit! Yeah, it would just keep going up. Like the muscle keeps like bulging up and up as the elbow to shoulder shrinks down.
Like if you were to do that, I don't know.
Like I bet Athlete X is a little fucker too.
How tall is that bastard? Is he lying? Is he wearing false his lifting shoes?
You got lifts on, bro.
Athlete X height.
He's 5'8", according to the internet.
Yeah, you're right. These guys are not as tall as you imagine.
No, you see them; they're all like ripped as fuck, and for some reason, like Schwarzenegger's 6'1". Like you're I don't know.
6'1", huh?
Yeah,
I think
he's not
Juji is
towering inferno or anything, but he's not a little guy either.
Juji's like 5'11", I think, and he is a monster.
Yeah, he's up.
Yeah,
Juji's back.
It's unbelievably broad. It's shockingly big.
What's the news on this? So 3 days ago, I was going to write you guys about this. I'm like, I'm being such a drama whore. I'll just not send it. But he hasn't uploaded a video in a month. And I stop by their most recent video every so often to see, like, is there one? Did I miss it? I enjoy their content. What's up? Juji and Tom, I think, are no longer working together. They've unfollowed each other on Instagram. And there's supposed to be an official announcement soon. So I guess I'll go to Juji's Instagram and look for it.
I did not know any of this. It still says Juji and Tom on their YouTube channel.
Yeah.
What is it? Juji Mufu Instagram?
I found his Instagram, but there's nothing like...
I've decided not to talk shit about people who could eat me. So
I'm not talking shit.
Yeah,
but I was gonna.
Yeah. And,
yeah, like, dude, Juji, you're looking really small, bro.
I just wonder what, like, I really enjoy their content. I wonder what the future of the channel is. I'm a viewer who likes their stuff, and it's like, what is a Juji video without Tom in it? At first, you're like, now maybe I'm talking. Juju seems like the star of the show, right? Because he's the guy that you don't bump into every day. You can go to the mall and there's only one Juji there, but there could be a couple of Toms. But now I'm like, wait a minute, no Tom? He did all the editing. He did this, he did that. Suddenly I'm missing Tom, and he's not even missing
shit.
it.
Does he have a cracked version of Sony Vegas 10? Well, goddamn, why didn't you say so, son? He can clip and drag. My man's got some serious rendering skills.
I think he came up with a lot of the video ideas. Like when they did reacting to other people's diets, or, you know, they did like 1,000 reps of biceps or something in a row, and I don't know, I'm just like, what's it gonna be without Tom? I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if there's
a flip book.
I mean, if there is a rivalry, I will go Team Juji because he has bigger muscles.
Yeah, look, I just want to see the mountain man. I'm impressed by Juji. You know, maybe I don't watch enough. Maybe Tom has some charm that I just haven't picked up on watching their show. I enjoyed him when he was here, you know, like it was fun chatting with him and everything. But I really wanted to like talk to Juji mostly because like he is interesting because he looks interesting. Like to me, he's the draw. Like we talk about these other fitness YouTubers. I think their look and what they've achieved, their body's a resume to some extent. And like when I look at Athlete X, despite the fact that Ashley uses fake weights and gives out bullshit information and lies with his 10 million subscribers, it's a very impressive physique that requires tons of hard work and discipline. You nailed it with the discipline, work ethic, you name it, all of the above. That's his resume. And the same is true for someone what Greg just said, except for he's got it on paper, right? IFBB Pro, you know, fucking, he's got trophies and medals and shit.
Education. And
you look at somebody like Derek, and he's got it in spades, not only the physique, but listen to the man speak for 5 minutes, and you're like, not this is someone who is passionately educated. Is the I would lean on his expertise as much as an endocrinologist, because the endo is doing this because it's their job. Derek's doing it because it's his fucking passion. It's what he cares about. The same way, like if I were looking for a movie suggestion, I might not pick the guy working behind the counter at a Blockbuster if it still fucking existed, but I might pick the guy who's a fucking cinephile, and all he does is fucking study this shit because he loves it, not because he's getting paid minimum wage to do it. That's kind of how I look at that. And with Juji, going back to where we started, he's a fucking he's gone too far, frankly. Like he's beyond any sense of aesthetics. He's a golem of a man, and that's fascinating.
Yeah,
and it's fun to see him. And not only,
and he's agile.
Seeing him do a backflip.
Yeah, he's a fucking
trick.
275. I'm guessing 270-pound ninja. Like it's like when you saw him bouncing around in that like rubbery suit thing he was in.
Did you see him do it at that size? He did a backflip in jeans.
He does it all the time.
Those got to be barbell jeans. Let's be fair, but I can't do a backflip butt naked on a trampoline. So
I would do like a 600-pound deadlift and then do a backflip in celebration. And it's like none of the other guys could do that. So he's amazing. I will say, for me personally, like I agree with everything you just said. When Tom got that Brad Pitt body, suddenly he had a resume that appealed to me too. And also Tom being very open with his story on how he was, not emotionally the best version of him, and he fell out of shape and then got back into it. I like that. It was inspiring for me. I don't think
he was completely honest though, because he's not. I feel like he should have been like, yeah, well, I went on steroids and I got coached by Juji and we worked for 8 months and then this is what I did. Like if you're in, nothing wrong with using steroids, but let us know. Like what I don't like is when the fake natty thing is, it's a whole fucking, it's clickbait at this point. Like it's absurd. Like I'm tired of seeing it on my feed. Fake natty, fake natty, fake natty. But still, it is kind of a douchebaggery thing to do, especially if you're selling a product, whether that product is you or fucking, if you're fucking injecting yourself with 500 milligrams of test a week, but then you're like, oh, this all came from this little bottle of fucking amino acids, boys. Yeah. Get your fucking FPS amino acids. They're the best. All right, fucker. Like you can do both at the same time. You can be like, look, I'm enhanced, but these are the best aminos that money can buy. Notice it's in a brown fucking paper bag. Yeah, because it's the cheapest way to get them to you. You notice that, like, look at the back. This, and that. Like, do that. Like, tell me they're good aminos. Explain to me what aminos do. But don't act like you are built from this. Don't equate this to this. Like just be honest about it.
I use Derek's pre-workout. It's called Gorilla Mind something.
Mind. Yeah, Gorilla Mode.
Okay. Anyway, it's no bullshit workout. Like I the first time I put a scoop in, I'm like, oh, he went with dishwater color. Well, that's a bold choice, but okay. Here we go. And it actually tastes pretty good, but on the can, it's like, I'm going to paraphrase, this shit is gritty. We don't cheap out with ingredients. Being not gritty is not our top priority. So stir it between every sip. And I'm like, and you look at the ingredients though, when it's just packed with like creatine, there's a stim and non-stim. Basically, he went full effective mode, and it tastes good, but you have to stir it. He didn't put pink in there or whatever, might be in some other colors. There's no colors. It's just, it does taste good. So I guess he put some effort into that. It looks like dishwater. It tastes good, and you have to stir it every time. As a matter of fact, after I drink it, I put a little more water in there, and then I get whatever wasn't in there for the.
What flavor is it, or do you not know?
There's a bunch. There's like a lemon lime. There's a fruit punch.
The good ones, all the classics. Okay.
Yeah, all the classic shit.
But like I grew to appreciate, like, oh yeah, he didn't cheap out in any ingredients. He didn't prioritize like solubility over effectiveness, and like it turned.
He prioritized L-citrulline because that's what you would fucking want. Like he didn't put beta-alanine in there because he doesn't want you to have an itchy asshole. He wanted
It's
Good. I like that. Beta-alanine is stupid, and I hate it. And but I take L-citrulline in like pill form.
I think it has creatine in it too, and I was like, oh, it has creatine. I wonder if it has enough. Yes, it has enough. It's fucking Derek shit. Derek doesn't give you trace amounts of stuff. He gives you all of it.
Full 5 grams.
Derek makes the pre-workout that Derek would want, and then he sells it. And like that's, I don't know. That's all I want now.
It is the best pre-workout on the market. Greg Doucette did a video like
Top 5 pre-workouts on the market today. Number 1 is Gorilla Mo.
Like it's and at the end, you know, Greg's a huge. I want to be nice to Greg on the internet. Greg knows how to market things. Greg likes making money, and there's nothing wrong with either of those things. So I shouldn't be a shithead. But calm down.
Leave it there.
I'm trying to think.
At the end, he's like,
it's the best pre-workout on the market until I make a pre-workout. Coming soon.
But it's just like it's all he could do to like give Derek that one. Like yeah, Derek's got the best. Until and it's true. It really is like because like what he says right because what most companies will do is they'll have their proprietary blend. Anything with a proprietary blend is bullshit. Okay, don't buy anything ever that has proprietary blend because that's just so they can hide the amounts of things that are in other things. Like oh yeah, we've got L-citrulline in here. It's a great ingredient to getting big pumps, which is a big part of what a pre-workout's all about. And it's like, well, how much? Is it the maximum effective dose? I don't know what that dose is, but let's say it's 7.5 milligrams. Oh, no, it's 0.7 milligrams. Oh, so 10, 11 scoops then to like, well, yeah, if you want your maximum dose of L-citrulline. Derek's like, no, 1 scoop will do it. 2 if you really want to go hardcore. It's like 1 scoop of Derek shit has enough of everything, and 2 is the dose that if you just really want to max everything completely out.
You look at how much creatine you need, and 1 scoop is all you need.
Yep.
Is it 5 grams or 5 milligrams? 5,000 milligrams?
I think it's 5 grams.
Yeah, 5 grams. But this is why we went to the right guy for building out the load stack. No corners cut. Everything tested. It's
essentially done, by the way. If anyone's curious about that, we all have the final version of load stack. And what's going on right now is we're taking it to make sure that it's going to be effective because I don't want to give too much of the proprietary blend away. But after I just said the thing about proprietary.
Yeah, you said that and I was like,
this is just the case of
maybe
I don't want you going around and shopping out like every ingredient to the product because we took a lot of fucking time and effort, and I was a fucking chemistry set for the last 3 fucking months I send these guys pictures of the pills I take. It's double fistfuls of pills I've been taking, like doing this thing. Like
it's a snack. If he's hungry before meals, between meals, I should say, he takes pills. It's like
I'm telling you, it's like
eating a softball. It's food.
There were 2 dozen pills at a time. It is not an exaggeration. 2 dozen pills every day. This is what I have been taking for months.
But he's narrowed it down. He's made it.
We've narrowed it down. We removed ingredients that didn't seem effective. We increased the ingredients that were most effective to the levels that are safe. We're very careful not to go overboard with that because selenium, for example, in extra high doses has negative side effects, but just the right amount, maximum load. In any case, one of the ingredients was going to require like a separate bottle, because it's a gel cap, and it was like, but maybe we can make this in a powdered form. And so we had a special, I don't know if lab is the right word, but we had a manufacturer create a dry version of a wet ingredient, essentially. so that we could get everything in. When I say one pill, I don't mean you're only taking one pill, but 1/9 of your dose of everything is in each pill. You take nine pills per day, all at once.
They're not horse pills. They're regular size.
They're very small vegetable caps. You know, you know, if you're familiar with those.
I mean, I'm on it. I've been on it for a few weeks now, and like I'm noticing, you know, holding pattern in the cum department. So that's all good news.
Same. And I talked to Derek about this like last week, and he was like, "Yep, keep using it for a while. We'll make 100% sure that it's going to be good. We don't want to put out a shitty product." And I was like, "Yep, it looks good to me." The bottle's massive. So that's the other thing.
It's pretty fucking big, and that's like a month's supply, isn't it?
It's
Wait, 9 pills a day? There's no way that bottle had 3 months supply.
It's got 180 pills in it. Yeah.
So 1 month's supply.
No, it's 3 months.
9 pills a day.
Yeah, that's, 9 times 9. 9 times 90.
Wait, hold on. What are we doing?
I don't know. I'm real sleepy right now.
So let's do this.
Hold on, we can do this, guys. I know we can do it. There's 9 pills. There's 180 in the bottle. Every 10 days, that's 90. So every 20 days, it's 180. Every 30 days, it's 270.
In any case, you're going to get...
Is there a 20-day supply in there?
It'll be a bigger bottle or some shit. I don't know. I'm sure we're going to do 30-day supplies first, at least. But it's a big honking bottle of pills. You take 9 at a time.
We'll put it in his freaking...
in the pre-workout bottle.
The pre-workout bottle. That's what I'm going for. It's like a jug. Let's fill that thing.
Yeah. We said we'd make a fucking load stack, and we got in business with somebody who likes to make good shit, like we said, and so it's taken a minute, but what we release when it happens, which has got to be soon, because I think we got it nailed with the formula, and the label. Label's funny. It's going to be a good product, and I think it's going to be priced pretty well too. I hope so. It started out as I was serious from the very beginning about like doing, I still get messages like that was a joke, right? And I'm like, no, I've been working on this for months.
Kyle and I have been on cum stacks of our own creation for years. At this
not years, but like
many
months.
Like, come on, amp it up like we're experts here.
I want to be 100% honest about it, because we were talking about fucking pills somebody's going to be putting in their body, but we've tested them. Everything that's in there is fucking safe and legal and all that shit.
Of course,
and it's really, really effective. I told the story a few shows ago about coming into condoms and measuring my volume. I've taken this about as far as any reasonable or unreasonable human being would.
No, you left reason long ago.
As soon as I got out the fucking syringes and started drawing cum out of used condoms, I think reason was in the rear view fucking mirror.
Dude, that's like fucking serial killer shit.
That's some serial killer shit for sure. But that's what we do for the RSK Nation. All right, we draw cum out of condoms, out of used condoms with syringes.
Sometimes they weren't even his condoms.
No,
he would go to the park because you need a baseline.
I went back to that episode where Taylor was talking about bug chasing. Went to all the hot spots.
Found all the good ones. All those pause loads.
All the good ones. All those pause loads.
I want to find more pause load shit. That was one of the most upset. That was such a great passage. I love that. What site did I even find that on? Fuck.
Wasn't it Reddit?
No, Bug Chaser.
Maybe it was it was an even better site than dickflash.com, which was that's
sexualissault.com.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't checked if that's still up, but that's the one where it's like literally guys like talking about committing crimes. Like, hey,
committing
here's
crimes.
a video of me coming on an unsuspecting Asian woman. By the way, you know, and then like someone else will comment like, yeah, I recognize that store, San Francisco. And they're like, yeah. It's like, what do you? You're making it even easier for people to catch you doing this. What's wrong? Or the passages where someone will be like, my mother-in-law was over and she thought I was just wearing my robe unaware, but I stood there having a conversation with her with my penis out for about 5 minutes. It was thrilling. And it's like, I put myself in that poor mother-in-law who's like, this fucking maniac my daughter married is showing me his dick in the kitchen again on purpose. One was a grandpa who was getting off showing one of his granddaughter's friends his dick, like unexpected, like, oh, I accidentally came out of the shower. It's a ghoulish place. Dickflash.com. Probably going down any day now, since it's just a log of people on the sex assault registry app, or whatever the fuck that would be called.
Yeah.
So we're almost at the end. Oh, did you guys see Trump's taxes got turned over?
Yes.
Nope.
So, apparently, I don't know where this is going to go, but if Trump is guilty, the case is fairly easy to make. The case is that he claimed his buildings were worth a lot when he wanted to borrow money, but very little when he wanted to pay taxes, right? So, it's not hard for the prosecutors to compare his taxes to his loan applications and find him guilty. I've heard it called a paper case, where like there is no clever testimony or anything you can do to.
You can't claim fluctuations in valuation.
I guess it depends on the times there. You know, like if they're the same day, then no. If they're 3 weeks apart, then now I'm confused. I don't know, right?
Yeah, I think he's okay.
That
would be my defense.
I suspect he's super guilty, but I also feel like there's more than one justice system, and you know he's rich and he's powerful. And nothing will happen, I guess. Nothing ever seems to. But I don't know. It's interesting that his taxes finally got turned over. So there's two people going after his taxes. One is the politicians in the House, and they didn't get it. If they do, what they say on the news is that like it'll go public in minutes. Those guys are leakers. But who did get it were the state attorneys in New York. And they're not leakers, apparently. So they're not convinced that you and I will ever see his taxes because of this.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. My guess is he'll be A-okay.
Yeah, probably. Rich people usually are.
He always has been. So, yeah. Why would you think it'd be different this time?
The man's slippery. I think he's got a very bright future. I think if as long as like he doesn't get ill, or suddenly pass away because he doesn't look like the healthiest guy, I think that Trump in the next 4 years, Trump is going to do some big things. I think that poll said that like nearly 50% of the Republican Party is willing to jump ship and be a Trump party.
Makes him powerful.
That makes him incredibly powerful.
But he's so old, man, and he's so fat. Like we've said it before, like those years in the 70s.
He might lose weight now that he's like. I would not be surprised if he lost some. I bet that job was stressful as fuck. Like this,
he's
say what you will about like. I think he's good at putting on a brave face in the face of stress or whatever. Like you know. But clearly, like he was eating to like deal with some like. Some stressors or something through this whole thing. Maybe the travel, maybe like I was gonna say like how easy it was in the White House or to be like, go get me this, go get me that. But he's had that forever. He's always had that.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like he had that Diet Coke button in Trump Tower.
I mean, that would make sense. Like being under high stress, lots of people gain weight.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think he's got a bright
unhealthy
future.
He was. I might be.
He wasn't that fat back in the day.
This might be my bias, but I remember he couldn't drink with one hand anymore. When he walked down that ramp at the West Point after is it called a commencement speech? Is that what he gave?
Something like that. Yeah.
There were times when he looked really frail and old.
I didn't fault him for the walking carefully because like the downside to tripping is gargantuan, and the upside to like jogging downstairs is minor.
He walked 1 foot always in front of the other, like like you do if you were hurt.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his lifts on, all the cameras
True.
are on him.
Yeah, maybe it's hard.
Whenever I saw him like walking down the steps of maybe it's the Capitol building, it was whenever like it was him and Melania and Obama and Michelle, and they were walking, I believe, down the steps of the Capitol, and those steps remind me of like the steps from the Joker or the steps from The Exorcist. If you remember how steep and scary those were, it's like, God damn, it's just like they're really falling off and they're really close together. Like I would be careful going down those stairs. I'm not trying to defend this guy. Like clearly out of shape.
I'm worried I'm over prosecuting. Maybe I'm seeing
I think it's somewhere
his
in the
worst
middle.
moment.
He's no Obama. He's not fucking like Obama could fucking looks athletic, especially in the White House. I mean, he was playing ball with like, NBA players, not he's competing or anything, but like they're back there like having a little fun little game, like running around, and he's got cardio and like
Trump's 20 years older and much, much, much fatter.
Yeah, out of shape, not an athlete or anything like that. But I don't think frail. I saw the water thing.
That was all the time, by the way.
Frail I think of as like very, very thin.
You know what my guess, like trying to play devil's advocate, he's got so much makeup on that like a dribble of water and he's got a Giuliani situation.
Catastrophic. I never thought of that. I thought it was a stabilization thing. Like he needed, like he
could be
he shakes or something and 2 hands fixes it.
Yeah.
But
with the stimulants that he supposedly takes too, that makes you real shaky. Although if he's still on that cold medicine or whatever, and he's that heavy, that is incredibly unhealthy because his heart is always taxed, and he's got like it should be upping his metabolism literally by speeding up the heart rate.
Oh.
So he should be like burning. He should be losing weight. That people take that shit to lose weight, but he's like clearly gained weight in spite of it.
You're right. It'll be interesting if he loses a bunch of weight.
Yeah,
after the presidency.
We'll see. It's my prediction that he can win the nomination, but not the presidency. But we'll see. A lot of it depends. All these re-elections are really referendums on the incumbent. So who knows? Biden's had, I think, a pretty popular first 30 days. Whatever he's had.
He's got the kids in cages. AOC's giving him a lot of flack.
Fair.
He's not winning over the far left.
He's going to get us into...
His approval ratings are higher than Trump's ever were at any point in his entire 4 years.
That's the thing.
So he's gotten off to a pretty good start. But he's got like 3 years, 11 months left. Let's see, where this goes.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He won't be president for all 4 years.
I think he's... This always happens. You inherit bad things and good things. I think despite Trump really doing a terrible job, the first 50%, 75% of COVID, in the last days of COVID, it seemed like he finally got his shit together and the vaccine is rolling out. Operation Warp Speed or whatever he called it worked very well. And Biden inherited a cure to COVID-19. And now he's rolling it out.
They didn't even have the vaccine when I was president.
Yeah, he's rolling it out very effectively. I saw a statistic the other day that the United States is vaccinating more. They were like, the United States vaccinated more people yesterday than Canada has total. Yeah, and I think that's a that happens every day.
Yeah, it's over. It keeps going up. I think it's like 1.5 million people a day now.
Like 9-10% of the United States population. I think in North Carolina specifically, someone who's a North Carolina resident is one of the 50 patrons, and he was saying that maybe they've opened it up like to a bigger group of people there already. Like you may be able to get it by now. I want that Pfizer vaccine. I'll say this: guys that are coming with me to Colorado, you really need to get your fucking vaccine. You know who I'm talking to specifically. I love you, man. I love you. You're one of my favorite people. You're top 50 human beings I know. Okay? Please don't be anti-vax. I don't even...
I feel personally
I'll
attacked.
still go on the trip with you, but if somebody else objects, then I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
You have to tell me who it is.
I'll write it.
Oh, I didn't.
He says he's young, he's healthy. He doesn't
is
get
those things.
He is young and healthy. That's
and he
true.
doesn't trust the vaccine. And I'm just like, yeah, but we're all going to be in a house together. And
Yeah, you'll stay in the house the whole time though.
yeah, but I don't know what what if he has it and he brings it in? I don't care because I'm going to have the vaccine. So I guess I don't care now that I think about it. Now that I reevaluate the situation. At first I was like, no, we all need to be vaccinated, but as long as I'm vaccinated.
That's the cool part about the vaccine compared to a mask, right? I need you to wear a mask so I'm safe. Apparently that's how it works.
Yeah.
But I need me to get a vaccine so I'm safe, which puts it on me, which is where I want it.
Agreed, 100%. Yeah, I guess now that I've thought about it a little more, I guess I don't give a shit if he vaccinates or not. I mean, for his own health, he should. But if he doesn't trust the vaccine, he thinks he's young and healthy, which is very true.
A lot of people that don't trust the vaccine like the J&J one more. It's built on traditional tech. It's one dose, and it's approved now. Maybe he'll like that one.
I doubt our boy likes flu shots. So like,
okay,
but I'm getting in line. I'm getting the fucking shot. I'm pretty autistic already, so what's the worst could happen? I go back the other way, be able to have interpersonal relationships again, and not count every square that's in a room.
I'm going to use that line. Maybe it'll cure my autism.
Yeah. It made me so autistic that it came back around the other way, and now I'm able to...
If I get this vaccine and don't have the same meal
beings.
2 times a day for life, that'd be something.
It's like the Jim Gaffigan joke where he's like, he's so fat he wants to eat his way through to the other side. Just circle around. But anyway, you guys want to call it a show? I am hungry.
Yeah. PKA 532. No outros?
No, sir.
Cool.